Vikings! Yeah! Vikings! Yeah!
Hello, dear Angular Vikings! ngVikings 2020 conference is officially open. I want to thank my friend Majid from Oslo, who is taking care of video DJing this time. ngVikings, it's all about community. Maxim from Norway. It started like a gathering of meetups from Nordics. Now we have almost 100 friendly meetups, user groups, conferences. We have our friendly motion called ng Girls, which had super successful workshop last Saturday, and there is no ngVikings without ng Girls workshops. So what is the history of ngVikings? I want to ask my teammate Sherry from Copenhagen.
Hello, and thank you, Maxime. As Maxime mentioned, that ngVikings is all about the community. And our story also started from the community when we met at another community-driven conference. And then we started to bring the same concept with us to the Nordics and add, of course, some Viking style to it as well. So that's why that we reached out to all the communities, Angular-focused communities in the Nordics, and then we started ngVikings. For now, we 2 times visit at Copenhagen in Denmark and 1 time Helsinki in Finland. And this year, we were supposed to be today together in Oslo. But because of the current situation, things changed, and we have our teammate, Jan Are from Oslo, is going to tell us what happened next.
So we had to cancel the offline event, but we couldn't sleep well, having more than 200 great call for paper submissions in a wide range of topics and level of difficulties. We have topics ranging from core Angular to building, tooling, server-side rendering, state management, PWA, just to being a great developer, to mention some. If you're fresh out of school or a seasoned developer, I'm sure our speakers will have something for you. Knowing that the Angular community wanted to meet together to experience the unique spirit of ngVikings, we decided to go online. And here we are, but we couldn't have been there without our sponsors. Chris in London, will you tell us some more about this?
Thank you, Jarnare. ngVikings is a 100% community-driven event provided to you by non-profit organizations from the Nordic countries. Sponsors are what makes all of this possible. This event couldn't happen without our sponsors. So this year we have AG Grid, we have Microsoft, and we got Auth0 that are happily sponsoring us throughout this new format change. We are very, very grateful to have these wonderful companies. And now over to Sweden and Jagoda.
Well, hello from Stockholm. Hello from Sweden. We have heard that the Vikings were kind of brutal people, but at ngVikings, we want to have a friendly, welcoming, and inclusive environment. This is why we will ask you to be nice to each other, and please respect our code of conduct. If you feel that something is not nice, or if you feel uncomfortable, please send us an email right away, and we will react as soon as possible. And now we are going to Oslo, and Mike will say something about our schedule.
Thank you, Jagoda. Now it's time to explain the structure of the event. We have 2 days of ngVikings, and each day is divided into sections of 3 or 4 talks, followed by a panel with all speakers from that section. We know that watching a tech talk online is different from an on-site experience, so we decided to keep the talk short of about 20 minutes. The plan is for you to watch all the talks of the section, prepare your questions, and wait for the speakers to answer them during the panel. So one more time. First, we have the talks without breaks, and then a panel afterwards. And now over to Mike in Helsinki, Finland.
Hi, folks from Finland. So the thing that we want to ask from you is to interact. Please ask your question, but where? Right here in the YouTube Live. So if you're watching us from the Facebook, jump to the YouTube Live. Also, we're having numerous raffles, competitions, and even Kahoot. So just follow our Twitter and Slack channels. And now my friend Fabrice from Stavanger, Norway, will tell about yourself, our wonderful attendees.
Yeah, thank you, Michael from Finland, and hello world. So some of the goals we had for this conference was community in the center, great content, and be the biggest online Angular conference. We've achieved this by having over 3,000 registrations from over 100 countries. Yay! And we have a great lineup for you guys. We really appreciate you attendees. We do this for you guys. And to head us off, we would like to introduce the MC for the day, our awesome friend, Juan Herrera.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much, Fabrice, for that nice introduction. And I'm really happy to see all of you here. We have more than 900 people tuning in from different countries all over the world. I just checked the comments. We have people from India, Germany, Brazil, Finland, Belgium, France, Denmark, Ireland, Argentina, and so on. There's even somebody who said it's coming from Saturn, the planet. So that's even better. Today, we have a very special list of speakers. They are so talented and they want to contribute back to you. We want all of you participating and tuning in and asking all the questions you can. So remember the hashtag #BeAViking and ngVikings. We're also going to have a lot of competitions, so just pay attention to our channels on Twitter. So for our next speaker, I'm going to make a very interesting introduction. You probably know him already, but if you never heard about John Papa, he's a principal cloud advocate at Microsoft. He's also a Pluralsight author and an avid open source software contributor. For example, if you ever heard of NGRX data, he and Warbel were among the people that created it. If you ever heard about Peacock, an extension for Visual Studio Code that it's downloaded more than 700,000 times, well, it was John Papa. And finally, Angular snippets. You probably used it before. Yes, it was John Papa as well. So if John Papa, it's right here. Welcome. I'm really excited to have you here. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready when you are.
That's amazing. So without further ado, please welcome John Papa.
Good morning, everybody. I figured we'd start off with, since my talk's called the 7 Ds of development, I'll tell you what it's not going to be. You may have seen this segment before from a popular movie about the 5 Ds of dodgeball. These are not to be confused with the 7 Ds of development. So let's not go there today. Instead, let's go ahead and get into the presentation. So Fridays are a great day. You just had one of these where you're getting ready for the weekend and you're ready to finish up your code. A lot of times sprints, when you work with agile development, end on Fridays as well. And the thing is, you're like, hey, it's Fridays. I can take my glasses off. I can sit back. I can chill out, have a great time. I'm going to deploy. And it's 5 o'clock. And the problem with deploying at 5 o'clock is it kind of feels more like you're doing something like this and living dangerously. So Friday night deployment's not a great idea. But how did you get into this situation? That's really the story behind our talk today. We want to make sure that our development scenarios, when we work and we create software, what do we really need to do? What is the definition of done? What does done mean to you? Think about that. So my name is John Papa, and today I'm going to talk about the definition of done and what the 7 Ds of development and DevOps can mean to you in your life. So today, you probably do this. You code. You write something amazing, and you love coding. If you're like me, you just enjoy coming up with an idea, solving a problem, dealing with the challenges. And then you ship it. And then you pray that it works, especially if it's a Friday, so you don't have to worry about your weekends. That's today's life in a lot of development places. If this is you, don't worry, you're not alone. A lot of people do this. And sometimes we have to. But how do we ensure that we make quality software? Because quality is important. The code has to work. It's got to be maintainable. If it's not maintainable, then you're going to end up rewriting the code every year, and that all developers know how to use your code. How many of you here have worked on a project where you have to jump in on someone else's code and you have no idea what they've done? Okay, now how many of you have done that and it's your own code? Yeah, I've done that before myself. So making sure we've got high quality, maintainable code is really important. This is what the 7 Ds really comes in for us. It's something I kind of came up with as a funny name years ago that kind of helps put into a package everything we can do to develop quality software that's maintainable. So to think about this, let's put a bow around the whole package. Developing and releasing code is what we do, right? That's a key part. But we also have to deploy and communicate. When we write code and we have to deliver software, are we writing it for ourselves or are we writing it for other people to use? Who are the users, the stakeholders? Do you communicate with them when you deploy? What do you communicate? Do you give them a way to give you feedback when things aren't working? It's all really important. And that feedback channel could be lots of different things. We'll talk about different variations. But this is a cycle of we write code, we communicate and deploy, and then we give people feedback, and then we circle that back in, and then we have a cycle of development. So how do the 7 Ds play into this? First, the first D is design. Designing your code is really important. We all do this. So this is where you think about the user experience. What does the user experience need to be for your application? What does the application do? What's your API going to look like? Have you developed a separate API? And have you developed mock APIs? What features should be split into second features? You might get into like lazy loading, or maybe if you're using Vue or React or Angular, you're lazy loading, maybe Angular using modules, maybe you're using micro front ends. How are you actually designing this application? Really important to spend a little bit of time up front to make sure the design is right. And a lot of us do this to a certain degree. Designing is really important to get the thing moving in the right direction. And it's something that doesn't stop at the beginning. It's something that you constantly will reevaluate as you go along. The second D is develop. It's what we all love to do. We like to write our code. So how do you develop using this philosophy? First, separation of concerns is really important. Probably most important is the quality of the code, making sure it actually does what you intended to do, because it always does what you write. It just doesn't do what you intend. And is that code readable? Can other people look at your code and easily understand what's happening? Can you easily understand what's happening? And I often talk about writing the API first. That doesn't mean you have to have a full back end. It doesn't even mean you have to have serverless in there. But how do you have a UI that can work unless you can have it communicate with something as its API? So a mock API is a great way to start with development. And then you slowly slide in the real APIs as you develop those as you go. So the development piece is all this goes together. You want to have a balance of readable code for maintainability, separation of concerns, and then also quality code that works. So when you're done with your code, do you just ship it? You might. But the third D comes in here. You need to destroy your code. You need to make sure that your code has gone through the rigors and the hard tests that make sure it'll hold up. Would you get into a car if it had never been crash tested? Would you get into an airplane if they never tested the airplane? No, I would hope you wouldn't. So destroying it means that you go through all the major pathways in your application. It could be unit tests, integration tests, end-to-end tests. Think about all the different kinds of tests you could do. Doesn't mean you have to have them all, but the major pathways are really important. The things that are most commonly traversed. And a lot of times we call those the happy paths. But you also need to test for the unhappy path. What's going to happen if somebody does something completely out of the ordinary and something just starts to fail? Like famous last words are, well, there'll never be a 404 in our app, so I just won't bother coding for that. Yeah, okay. Guess what the first thing's going to happen is, right? So testing for all those pathways and for your unhappy paths, really important. Now, guard logic's really important too, because maybe you've got a lot of functions that take a lot of parameters. Maybe those functions don't start up the way you want, or they rely on dependencies. Guard logic is a great way to make sure your code is resilient inside your tests as well. End-to-end tests are something I'm personally very fond of. Tools like Cypress are a great tool to help do end-to-end tests for your apps. So I highly recommend those as well. So testing or destroying your code is the third D. Here's a controversial one, document. What does documenting your code mean? I'm not talking about creating a 400-page printed out manual that you can slap on your desk and feel proud about, because it's instantly outdated. So how do you make sure your documentation is quality, can help people, and is not outdated 5 minutes after you've written it? That's important. You think about it this way. Why would somebody use this? How many of you, one more time for a question, how many of you have gone to a GitHub site, you saw a really cool tool that people were talking about, and you had no idea what it did, and you went to the GitHub site and you looked at the README, and it didn't tell you what exactly it was or why you should use it? Happens to me all the time. You don't want this to be your software. Great, you read something amazing. Don't assume people know what it does, and don't use the word that's in the name of the product in the definition of it. Let's say I create something called reactive extensions for reactivity, and then I use the word reactive 8 times in the opening paragraph. Great. What does that mean to somebody who doesn't know what this thing is? So you don't use the word in the definition. Talk about why. Talk about how to get started. And some people are not learners who read, but they're learners who are visual. You might be a visual learner yourself. I know I am. So finding a way to create visuals inside your documentation is really important. Could be a video, could be animated GIF, could be just diagrams. You could use PowerPoint to do that if you wanted to even. Change logs and READMEs are super important in repos. They're the first 2 places I go to find out what's happening inside of my code. This could be a public repository or one inside of an internal company. Very important to explain what's happening. And if you extend your documentation out, like I did this for my Peacock docs, you can check this out at peacockcode.dev. I took all the docs because I ended up having 20 different markdown files, and I used ViewPress, and I loaded up onto a website, because that way the markdown looks better, it feels better, and it just gives a more style and usability to it. So there's different ways that you can actually do documentation. Now, a newer kind is a tool called VS Code's extension for CodeTour. CodeTour is an amazing tool. It's an extension of VS Code. And what you can do is you can open up your code, and with this extension, you can give people a tour of the code. Because have you ever opened up a code base? You're like, where do I start? What files do I look at? How does it work? Well, you can solve that with tools like VS Code's CodeTour. So this is a great extension. Definitely check it out. I'll even show you a little demo later. So documentation is really, really important. Make sure it stays up to date. But now we move on to our 5th D, demo. The demo is really, really one of the most critical and most often forgotten about features in the 7 Ds. Why would you want a demo? When you build an application, do you often just deploy it as is, or do you start building your own little harness app or your demo app kind of to make sure it works? When you build a calendar control, do you ever test it out or try it and look at it before you actually put it in an app? Of course you do. So a demo is a small, isolated version of your app, and you include it right inside the same repo as your project or your library if you're building a library feature. The demo itself proves that it works. You can run end-to-end tests on it, so it's always testable, and it's self-documenting. When you go to a repo, if you're a visual learner like me, the first thing I look for is, show me what this thing actually does. Let me run the code, see what it does in an example app, and go, I've got it. A tiny demo is so important because now you can isolate the feature, you can do it for yourself when you're developing the app, but you can also make it easier to communicate with other developers. I've worked at development shops that have hundreds and thousands of developers. In those cases, I couldn't fly everywhere or meet with everybody through the internet to figure out how to explain the code to them. And I've got open source repos that have tens of thousands of users. It just doesn't work. I don't scale. So creating a demo and then explaining how to run the demo in 3 or 4 steps gives everybody what they need to actually try it themselves. This is really ideal for mono repos as well. So definitely give demos a shot. You're probably writing this code already. It's just taking it and putting it inside a folder called demo. And then if you'd like, you can wrap it up with end-to-end unit tests with something like Cypress. So we're moving along the Ds. Now we come up to the 6th D. And you'll have to bear with me because I don't have a D for this one. So I made one up called the review. I'm Italian, so it's the review. You got to do the review. You got some code? In the review, you want to create small pull requests often. This is the big thing. If you ever owned an open source repo, you know that it's very frustrating and very difficult to manage when somebody gives you a pull request that has 300 files in it. And sometimes all the code's changed. Or somebody put 300 files and they only changed one file, but they ran a linting tool that's different rules than yours. And 299 of the files really are just white space changes, which is crazy. So creating small pull requests often, really important. Make sure that people have something to test and know what to look for. When you create the pull request, you write what to look for inside the description. Don't just say, here's your code. Why did you create a pull request? What is it doing? How did you test it? What's included in here? And when you're creating a pull request itself, I often create my repos, issue templates and pull request templates, which give people a checklist of what you're expecting. So what are those expectations? You as a open source repo owner or a company repo owner have expectations for certain things. Did you update the changelog? Did you update the README? Did you run all tests and do regression testing? Did you add tests for the new code that you put in? Whatever those expectations are, make sure that they're laid out in a checklist so the person creating the pull request has the ability to look through that, check them off, and make sure they've done what you're expecting. That saves a lot of back and forth in a code review. And then creating small pull requests means that you're actually going to be able to run through them faster. If you're changing 2 different places in the app, create a pull request for each place. Why? Yeah, it's easier doing it in one shot, but what if the person reviewing it says, this one's perfect, I want to accept it, but you merged it with this one too, and I have a problem with this one. Now nothing gets merged. You've got to really worry about merge conflicts, and it's a pain. So keeping pull requests separate is a big piece of the review. Another one is making sure you've got CI/CD running against your pull requests, some kind of a build process to make sure they work. I often look for, in apps I work with, having 2 people other than me review my pull requests. So it's just a code review process. Come up with whatever yours is and make sure that you can have a code review process that makes sure you're not the only one looking at your own code. Somebody actually has to test your stuff, and you can automate some of the testing and linting itself. Linting should not be a thing in a code review. That should just happen automatically. And make sure you're requesting feedback and you have sign-offs inside your pull requests so then they can be merged. Another expectation of reviews is I like to have a preview URL. So when I have a pull request, I can see the app actually running inside the browser. Think about what your process needs to be, but I would have a consistent review process, and it should be more than, yep, ship it. That's how you can avoid things like this, which are the quality measurements of how many, oh my gosh, what did this person do, that you get a minute when somebody does your code review, which is not a great idea. So then we get to the 7th D of development, and this is deploy. I laugh at this one because I can't tell you how many times and I seriously can't tell you how many times somebody has written an app and done all this work and then forgotten to deploy it. They had the CI/no CD, meaning they just assumed somebody else was deploying it. Now imagine that somebody comes out with the greatest new Xbox game and you can't wait to get it. And there's advertisements all over the world. And then you go to the store on Tuesday when it comes out and it's not there because somebody forgot to ship it from the warehouse to all the stores. They didn't deploy it. Imagine that the new Star Wars movie is out and you can't wait to go see it and you go to the theater and everyone's been advertising it. And then suddenly you get to the theater and like, sorry, we don't actually have the movie. They forgot to send it to us. If you don't deploy it, it isn't going to work, right? And I know this is common sense, but you need to make sure there's an automatic deployment process which tests things and also a rollback. So deployment is not something you should assume. It's not real until it's deployed either, because works on my machine doesn't always happen in the cloud, right? You want to make sure you've got that. You also want to make sure you have a version strategy. When you deploy, make sure that you deploy with different versions. So that gives you a rollback strategy. It also communicates expectations. If you roll out a new major version, people should know through your communication channels, a major version with semver means that something is a breaking change. There's something drastically different. If it's a patch, you know that it's probably something minor. Nobody should notice a difference, but it was important enough to roll out a new release. If it was a minor, which is in between those two, that means there's probably a new feature, but nothing is backwards incompatible. So semver is really strong at communicating expectations for deployment, because really you're doing this for your users and you want to make sure that they're happy with what you deploy. Can people get to it when you deploy it? That's really big. And how do you communicate the release? Have you ever seen there's a new release out of something and you didn't even know about it? Wouldn't it be nice to know, hey, there's a new release coming. Would you like to opt in? Let your communication channels know when you've got new releases. You roll out a new version of a website. Sometimes people do A/B testing. Put a flag on the top of the site and say, hey, would you like to try out our new version of the site? And always provide feedback channels, because what if it doesn't work? You want to make sure people know that they can get to you and they can give you that feedback. So deployment is really important in your applications. So we talk about the 7 Ds. We put this all in a nutshell. Our 7 Ds right here are design, develop, destroy, document, demo, to review, and deploy, usually in that order. So in hindsight here, design. What's the user experience? What should the API look like? Where should you split your features in your app? That's something you're going to do at the beginning, and you might redo through different iteration cycles in your project. And then you get to developing your app. Is it readable? Do you have confidence in your quality? And develop your API first. It helps you split out your functionality. Destroying it. Test your happy and unhappy paths. Everybody tests the happy path. But do you test your unhappy paths? Does somebody do something that's not normally going to happen? On your local computer, you're never going to get a server down. Did you test for 500 errors? 404 errors? How about unauthorized? Check all these different pieces and have your guard logic in place to make sure that you've got everything covered just in case. And make sure you put logging in there for your application and, of course, your favorite tests. Then documenting. Always document the why and the how. Often we document the how, but we don't document the why, and that's really crucial. Then you can also do online docs or code tours, like with VS Code. Creating your demo. So now you're going to create that self-documenting feature, and you can highlight the features that you worked on the app as well. Give them a visual representation. And you can use that demo for your end-to-end tests. Why not? To review. Create your own process. I like to have 2 people. Might not be reasonable if you're on a small team, but at least find a process that works for you, that's consistent. And then build and preview if you can. So in the review, you want to make sure that automating the build and you've got a preview URL. For me, if those 2 things don't even work, I automate a ping to make sure that preview URL is up and it's got the basic information. If those things aren't even there, I'm not even starting a manual code review. So make sure that stuff works first. And with a lot of tools today, you can create these. And also small pull requests, very important for your own sanity. And then the last one is deploy. Communication channels really important here. Make sure you automate your deployment. Have a version strategy, whatever it is. I prefer semantic versioning or semver. And again, preview URLs are really nice for this. So then you can give your deployments some kind of a preview URL, and then you can flip from A to B testing if you need to. So let's talk a little about the channels, because we talked about communication. Feedback channels are really important. I've seen a lot of teams fail, not because they didn't do all these, but because they didn't provide a feedback channel. What happens if you deploy and there's problems? Doesn't work on IE, doesn't work on a Mac, doesn't work on this part of the country. Whatever it might be, you need to have communication for your users so they can get back to you and how you're going to work with it. Whether it's Slack or Teams or email or Discord or whatever you use, you got to have some kind of a channel that does this. And change logs. Make sure the change logs communicate as well. Give as much information out to your users as possible. They will appreciate it. And then always have pull requests and issue templates so you can gather good feedback. You don't want to just have people say, I ran into an error. Why is this so bad? You're a terrible person. You want to get back an issue that says, here's what I tried. Here's my operating system. Here's what's open. Here's what I did. I expected this to happen, but instead that happened. Lay out a template, really easy to do. You can find this in GitHub templates. ROI. Why are we doing this? Why would we go through all this? Because it's efficient once you get it moving. Once you get this moving, you can deploy faster. You can develop faster. And how many times you rolled out an app and for the first 2 months afterwards, you're just fixing bugs left and right. I've used this process with a lot of projects where after you roll it out, things just work. And there's very few issues that come in because this helps root out most of the problems before you deploy to your first real launch. And it really is amazing. And you get consistency. You communicate expectations between your developers and your users grow confident in what you're rolling out. And you get confidence in your quality of your project too, instead of rolling it on Friday and praying that it hopes. So what are some tools you could use? One of them is Azure Pipelines. Azure Pipelines is a full-on DevOps feature that you can use. And here's an example from Peacock that I use. I developed my Peacock extension in VS Code, and I run it through various tests. Some of those tests are for Mac, some for Linux, some for Windows. I run it on 2 different versions of Node, and I go through all the tests and make sure it builds before I actually deploy it. And this tracks my code confidence inside there automatically. So here you can see my pass percentage is 99.3%. Occasionally it does fail, and that's good because then I know why it failed. And I also run the documentation through a build process as well, so it rolls it out. And you can check this out by going to VS Code, and there's a link right in the GitHub repo where you can look at my Azure pipeline if you want to see how I built it inside the app. Another tool which you'll hear more about this week is Azure Static Web Apps. And with Azure Static Web Apps, it has one feature I really love. It'll host a website for you, but it gives you preview URLs. So after you do your pushes to your repository, it runs GitHub Actions, another form of a pipeline, pushes your code up to Azure, and then your users can get it. But it gives you the ability of a preview URL so you can actually test out your app before you run through it. And the final tool is Code Tours. Code Tours is an extension for VS Code, great for your developers. Here you can see a quick example running inside VS Code. We're opening up a code tour. We're seeing steps 1 through 4 of what this code does. And we can let people step through the code tour and get explanations about what's happening. For example, right here, this tour shows this is the activation code for the status bar. The next step is the registration for the code tours. Third one's waiting for a user, and then there's an updating step. You can actually put any text you want associated with any lines of code inside your code, and the tours give your users a way of walking through your code base. I've done this to my own repos so I can remember what I'm doing inside my code later on too. So those 3 tools are some that can help you out with the 7 Ds. And here's a visual I created years ago with a friend of mine who drew the actual art called the 7 Ds. And here you've got design, develop, destroy, document, demo, to review, and deploy. All this, we created a poster and we put it up around our offices so people would remember what those were inside of our place. As a final thought, I want you to remember this. If you can't automate it, you can't rely on it. Really important statement here. And a good friend of mine, Brian Holtz, says this to me probably on a weekly basis. Really appreciate this from him. He's so right. if you can't automate your testing, your builds, your pipelines, your pull requests, your code reviews, your preview URLs, it's really hard to rely on it, especially as you get busier and move on to other projects. So use some of these tools to find a way to automate the 7 Ds for your application. Now, let me give you some resources that you can follow up on for the things that I showed today. If you click on the first link, some great stuff in there for looking at Azure DevOps and pipelines. There's 11 tips that I put in there. So it's DevOps 11 on how you can get involved with those pipelines. And then there's 2 links for using the preview URLs for Azure Static Web Apps. So remember, don't deploy on Fridays. It's very dangerous, very reckless, and definitely use the 7 Ds for your applications. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a great ngVikings.
John, thank you very much. That was an outstanding presentation. We really appreciate your time, and we're super glad that you're in our community.
Thank you very much.
For sure. All right, so moving on, if you have any questions about John's presentation, it's completely fine just to put them right now. We're going to collect them and then put them later on the panel, in which we'll be able to even ask more questions for the speakers to reply to you and answer all your doubts. Additionally, as mentioned before, we have 4 competitions going on right now. And I'm going to remind you what those competitions are so you can participate. So number 1, from where are you connected from? We already know that there's people coming from Serbia, Slovakia, Malaysia, Malta, Tunisia, USA, Russia, Bangladesh, and many more. But whoever tweets the most creative answer with the hashtag #BeAViking will win a prize. So make sure you participate on our social networks on Twitter. The number 2 competition we have prepared for you is the best Viking custom. So if you happen to have a Viking custom, just put it on, take a picture, and then just put it on Twitter. You can probably win something. Number 3, we have the best meme. If you are a creative developer that likes creative meme like I like, then this is for you. Just go to a meme creator, create something funny, something hilarious, something respectful as well. And that violates the code of conduct, but something funny. And if you have the best one, then you will for sure win a prize. And for those of you who are connected on our Slack channel, then you can go to the selfie channel, in which whoever is the person that posts more selfies will also win a prize. So those are our 4 competitions. Just make sure you participate. Remember, the hashtag is #BeAViking. Now, things are getting interesting because now we have our second speaker of the day. And that is Martina Kraus. Martina is a Google developer expert in Angular and web technologies. She's a core team member of ngCares, and she's the co-organizer of ngDE. She's a speaker and trainer. And if you don't know Martina, I have 2 fun facts for you. She used to play basketball at a national level. Martina, that's amazing. How do you do that?
I don't know. I just do. I started playing basketball when I was 4 years old. So things got really serious really fast. And when I was 14, I visited my first European Championship.
Oh, wow. That's impressive. That's pretty cool. Just in case you're interested in following Martina's content more often, she actually started, along with his friend Siddharth Akhmeda, they started a YouTube channel called Angular Pair, and in which they're doing live coding, and they're doing it for an audience, for anyone to join and just chime in and ask questions. So if you want to follow more on her content, just go to Angular Pair on YouTube. Pair Angular. Thanks for they just told me that. Cool. So we're ready for you, Martina. Are you excited today?
I'm so freaking excited. Thank you so much, Juan.
All right. Please, everyone, a big welcome for Martina Kraus.
Thank you so much, Juan. Yes, as I already said, I'm so excited to be here. Actually, my whole community journey started 1 year ago at ngVikings, where I met so many beautiful, awesome people. And I'm so excited to be now have the honor to speak over here. So my topic is that I want to present today is about the post-IRE release time. Some of you might know me already. I'm giving a lot of talks already about Ivy, like what you can do with Ivy. That said, I would say, get something to drink, skull to you, and just let's start. So as you all know, is that Ivy was, of course, already released in version 9 as a default compiler engine. And I'm pretty sure you heard about all these awesome, amazing things you can do now with Ivy. We have a faster compilation. We get smaller bundle sizes, which is really a significant, awesome change because Angular had a really high bad reputation regarding the bundle sizes. And everything is easier when it comes to debugging and reading the code, and everything is so just wow. But at one point you might think, okay, but what can I do now with Ivy? Like what are the possibilities? Do I have to completely recreate all my Angular application from scratch? What should I do now? I will come to that, but first, let me introduce myself. I'm Martina Kraas. I'm based in Germany. I'm a Google Developer Expert in Angular, also a Women Tech Makers Ambassador. So I'm really creating a lot of events, empowering and encouraging women all over the world, mainly in Germany. As my job, I'm also a trainer and consultant. So whenever you have a question, you can just ping me at any time on Twitter or whenever you want. As well, I am also a core team member of the ngGirls team. Here, I'm right now shipped to Berlin with my all Viking poles from the ngGirls team, and we had an event over there. Juan was also there as well, actually. We had as a mentor, so we had 80 participants over there. And I'm really glad to share always the stage with so many awesome, my core team of the ngGirls Vikings. And another core team member, actually the founder of ngGirls, Shmuela Jacobs, is also doing a talk at ngVikings tomorrow. Make sure you're not going to miss it because she's announcing really an awesome, amazing thing. And she's also, apart from a great speaker, she's also a really great person, and I really adore her a lot. So make sure you're not going to miss that. As well as Juan already mentioned, yes, I'm a basketball player. I played basketball for over 20 years, kind of a professional level as well already. And I took a short break, but this year I will rejoin basketball because it's just my really true love. So let's come back to the main topic, the post-Ivy release time. As I said, yes, Ivy is there now, but what can we do now with Ivy? So what is Ivy, basically? What can Ivy do more for us than just having smaller bundle sizes? I'm pretty sure if you already digged a little bit into Ivy and did a little bit of research, you came across all these Ivy instructions that you got. Mark dirty, render component, compile component, and all these instructions are exposed by the core framework, and you can just import them at anywhere and just develop with it, and can help you, for example, to lazy load a component. Or maybe like mark dirty is like the equivalent of change to detect changes, but without using the whole Zone.js inside. So basically, with Ivy, you can do a lot of new awesome stuff because Ivy is an enabler. You can lazy load components. That said, of course, lazy loading, you might not need Angular modules anymore. So you have optional Angular modules. You get also higher order components. That means that you create a component, a function that returns a component. That brings a lot of possibilities when it comes to meta programming. As well, as I said, optional Zone.js. Like you might don't need to use Zone.js anymore because Zone.js has the disadvantage that it increases your bundle size actually a lot. But today, I'm not going to talk about all these features because other friends of mine, like my friend Siddharth Ajmera, is doing a lot of talks recently regarding the future of Ivy. Today, I wanted to show you a complete new feature that you might not have heard of yet. I want to talk about component features. Did you ever heard of that? Me neither. Till the moment I read a great article from Lars. Lars, he's also like an in-depth author and like like he's a machine. He's like writing so much content, and it's really amazing and great. So I read this article about component features, and I was like, why the hell does no one knows of this awesome new Ivy feature? And as he tells it, it's Ivy's best kept secret, and it is, because there's rarely content about it. And I will come, by the end of the talk, I will tell you basically why. But make sure you check out his article, because my whole talk is inspired by this article of him, and he's really a really great person. So let's see. Component features in a nutshell, as they are introduced by Ivy, and they're changing the behavior of a component at runtime. That's it. So basically, you can just introduce some meta programming as well. Like you can just maybe already, before a component, actually before it reaches your component code, you can already subscribe to route parameters or add any kind of traits to your component. Before we dig into the how it's doing it and how we maybe can create our own component features, we might need to shortly cover some basics. As you remember, when we have a component and we compile this component, like we have this component decorator, and we compile this component decorator with Ivy, we get JavaScript code that looks most probably something like this. So we have a static property, this theta CMP, and there is the whole so-called component definition inside. So basically, this decorator is compiled, converted to a static property, which has a whole component definition. Okay, what is there inside this component definition? What is it actually? This component definition has all the metadata and all the data for the component and all the knowledge of the component, that the component knows how to be compiled and how to be displayed. And everything is stored inside this app component.theta CMP. Basically, you don't need to care about that, because this is automatically rendered and compiled for you by the Ivy engine. But it's always really good to take a deep look into what is actually a JavaScript looking like, what I'm compiling here. So really, in a simple way, you can say it contains all the component annotations and that are available at runtime, like the type, the selectors, the template, and the styles. And this is one side feature that Ivy ships, that inside one file, inside this component definition, we have the template, which holds a function, and this function is the whole rendering of the component. Okay, so far so good. So how does this come along with the feature? Yeah, if we take a look now at the function define component, we see here, as I said, it has the type, the selectors, many more things like the template as well. And here we find something, a property that is called features. Did you ever see that? I was really surprised. I was not aware of that for a long time. And I was like, okay, what is this about actually? And I did a little bit of research about this and read this great article by Lars. And then I figured out, okay, there is this property, but it's not really available yet inside this component decorator. As I said, you would basically, this whole component definition is eventually the thing that you define here inside the component decorator. So it would look like something like that, right? We have this component decorator, which holds the whole component metadata, like the select and the template and the style, and maybe the change the text and strategy, the view encapsulation strategy, and of course, the features then. But this is really interesting because till now, we don't have this, this line over here. You can't add to this component decorator features, but it's there. In the compiled version, it's there. So what does it get? We see that the feature is getting something like an array of component def feature. So what is that? Basically, it returns a function that takes this component definition, what I'm talking about the whole time, this component definition, and with this component definition, you actually get the whole component and everything that is inside the component, as I already mentioned a couple of times. So you can completely change behavior. You can assign, if you, for example, create an observable on this component, you might can subscribe to this observable directly inside this component feature. Okay, this sounds pretty good. So maybe the question is, how can we actually develop one on our own, right? So how can we implement our own features? The basic is actually really simple. You create a function that returns a function, higher order function. Really a simple principle. So we take a component def, and basically what needs to be done to change the behavior of a component is to assign a new function to the factory of a component definition. So here's the thing. The component definition has the component and the factory of a component. The factory of a component is that function that eventually, as the definition of a factory is, the whole component itself, how the component is created. So we have to basically override this function again. So we get a component out of the component factory by calling the type of the component. And then we just assign a new function to this factory. And here inside, we can apply all kind of changes to the component. As I said, for example, if the component actually has an observable, we can maybe already subscribe to route parameters over here. Or if maybe this is a parent component, and the parent component gets the event from its child component, we could convert already this event to another observable, that because okay, I love to be reactive a lot, so I love using observables everywhere. So we could already use converting this event emitter, like this event that is bubbled up to us, to an observable. And it has a lot of, and I don't have to care about this anymore inside my component code. So I have a separation of that. So this whole component feature is actually creating a whole new world, a whole new world about metaprogramming. Yes, and actually, Ivy is doing that already without really letting you know. So Ivy actually has something, is providing something that is called a host feature. And with this host feature, you get automatically applied a feature that is called lifecycle hooks feature. As you might recognize by the name already, this lifecycle hooks feature enables the component to be able to call all the lifecycle hooks we have on change, on init, on destroy, on after view, init, all these lifecycle hooks. So basically, they're doing it already. And there are like a couple of more internal Ivy features. You can just go inside the core source code and check and search for the word feature, and you see like 4 other features that are already like applied to inside the compiler and enabled as a feature to the component without that you actually know. For example, that you can provide services inside your component. There's a providers feature. And there are other ones as well. There's one that's called ng on change feature. I want to say some words later onto that, but there are already a couple of features that are automatically applied. So it enables you a complete new way of metadata programming. Okay, hold on, Martina, timeout. What about decorators? You're telling me like the whole time about, yes, metadata programming and function that exports a function and so on and so forth. We have decorators for that, don't we? Yes, but let me tell you something about decorators, because what you might also not considering is that Angular treats decorators in a kindly different way. For example, we have all these like component decorator and directive decorator and this pipe decorator, but they don't get evaluated to functions like it would be as a usual TypeScript decorator, right? So what they're doing is converting them to a static property, like the theta CMP, like the theta dir and theta pipe. So they're doing some voodoo, creating static code out of that. And that's how to deal with some other issues custom decorators are bringing. Because custom decorators, and now hold your beer or wine or whatever, apple juice, whatever you have, I need to tell you something. Custom decorators are not tree shakeable. Yes, you won't believe this, but they are not tree shakeable. And that's the most common issue about custom decorators. As well, they are not really standardized yet. There are a lot of great persons out there. I actually just read recently an article from Greg Spence. He wrote an article a long time ago as well, how to actually ship as well custom decorators and bringing them to some static code as well to deal with this tree shakeable issue. Great article, you should read it. But basically there is no standard way for that, right? So they are not tree shakeable. And if they're not tree shakeable, I mean, the main purpose of getting Ivy into Angular is the whole tree shaking process, because View Engine wasn't tree shakeable as well. So we can use custom decorators, but they are neither standardized nor tree shakeable. So that's the reason why features could bring a new way of metadata programming to Angular. So, okay, bring it on, Martina. I like features. What can I do? How can I enable them? Yes, unfortunately, I have to tell you something. I have to bring you down to the ground again. Because recently there was a pull request open. It was like before I submitted even this talk and everything, that the feature, the Ivy features is still debatable. It's still because they are scared a little bit of exposing this whole feature, because it could mess up with a lot of metadata programming. Like it could create another issues, because we basically can change everything on the component, right, during runtime. Also, they removed one feature from the compiler that is not automatically applied anymore. This is this ng on changes feature. But I would really like, because all these features, all the things, all the Ivy instructions, which still have this theta sign in front of the function, are not publicly available yet. They can still change in the future. But who can make the impact? You can make the impact on what kind of features and what kind of Ivy instructions will be maybe shipped in 10, 11, 12. So you can just go ahead, read this pull request as well, give a comment, because in Angular is open source. You can just reach out to all the GDEs, or everyone can just file an issue over there and ask, please make MAC30 available soon. Please leave the features inside. And this is why I still wanted to share this topic with you, because it does. This feature, for me, I really like it, and it does really enables like a lot of metadata programming, because we are possible to then composite all the components and not having maybe a base component and inherit from that and things like that. That is always like a little bit of a workaround somehow. Use cases for this component feature could be, as I already mentioned, like the whole route parameters, like subscribing already to route parameters, the whole route data. Managing subscriptions, like we can automatically unsubscribe from observables maybe inside this feature. We can apply already, there's actually a great library from Netal Basal out there that is called Take Until Destroy. We can already, he implements that as a decorator as well, but we could apply something like that to as a component feature. We can, as I said, convert all the incoming data already to an observable, because reactive programming is really good. In my opinion, I love it. So there are a lot of use cases out there. And again, I would like to, because 20 minutes are really less time, of course, to show you the whole possibilities. So I really request you and to go to the article of Lars. He really explained everything way, way better than I did and more deeply, and shared a lot of examples how we can actually enable component feature. Because there is no really standard way of custom decorators yet, they're still really questionable for years already, actually. I read about this in some Google developer groups like for 2017, so 3 years ago. The same question, what about custom decorators? So there's still not really like in a standard way they're out there yet. And component features can be used for changing the behavior at runtime, but as I said, they're not exposed yet. So take a look into that. I would really love you to take a look into that. And I really hope I gave you good insights. As I said, 20 minutes are not that much, of course, but I really would like, thank you all. Thank you to the organizers. You will find my slides over here. If you have ever any kind of question, you can ping me on any kind of these channels. And let me drink to you, Skull.
Nice. That's good. Martina, thank you very much. Congratulations for such a great talk as well. I read the comments and people were really excited about this. People believe these kind of talks are very valuable. So thank you very much for doing it.
You're always welcome.
Absolutely. All right. If anybody in the audience have more questions for Martina or for any of the speakers, just remember that you can just post it on the comments. We will just collect them and then show it at the end during our panel that it's coming right after our next speaker. So moving on, just so you know, I've been reading the comments. I noticed there's people coming also from Poland, Spain, Latvia, Indonesia, from Colombia, although that's only brown so far, Switzerland, Turkey, and so on. So that's really nice. We actually noticed that we have now more than 1,000 people connected watching this stream right now, and that's very exciting. So moving on, we have our next speaker. It's right here with us. He is gonna jump in for a second to talk to me. But before that, I'm gonna give you an introduction on who this person is. If you never heard about Devlin, he's a senior consultant at Inmeta. He's also a Microsoft MVP and an OutZero ambassador. He's a trainer and conference speaker. And when I asked him, Devlin, do you have a fun fact to share with the audience? He told me that in some places, or back when he was younger, he used to collect spiders for spider derbies, which are like fights between spiders. That's a very interesting thing. That's Devlin, welcome.
Hey, Juan and ngVikings, thank you for this opportunity.
We're very happy to have you here. It's a pleasure. It's always really nice. We're going to show a video of your presentation. Is that correct?
Yep. Cool.
Nice. So I'll see you later on then in the panel for answering all the questions for the audience. And if there is anything else to add, then Margit, then do your magic and then just put that video.
Here in Oslo, Norway. I'm a Microsoft MVP and an OutZero ambassador. I'm here to talk about NGRX or NGXS or Akira. Which one should you choose? This is an overview of these 3 Angular state management libraries. So let's start. So this is NGRX, the most popular state management library in Angular. So it uses both the Redux and RxJS. It's better to show you a diagram here. So in NGRX, the component gets the data through selector here, where the selector gets the data from the store, just a single source of truth of your application. The component can also make changes in the store through dispatching an action. Now the action here, there are 2 types of actions here. The one with side effects. So the effects handles the request to a web service here. and returns the data. And the action, without sending request to web service, goes directly to reducer. Now, this action carries two things: the data and what the reducer should do, also known as action types. So this is NGRX. So this is a sample of Angular application using NGRX, and it has two features, heroes and villains. Let's see here. Let's go to the code. So here's a NGRX here repo. And whenever I'm building an NGRX application, so I have this process like step by step in order to create this state management design inside the application. So first, a model, of course. And then after I'm writing a model, I go to services. I write services if there's need to send requests to a web service. So here's a sample of service. Nothing special here, actually. Just plain service. And then next step is to write some action types. So these are samples of action types, and these are basically instructions for the reducer. It tells what it needs to do, what needs to happen. So here it is: create success, create fail. So as you can see here, it's passing a string here. It's kind of like a label, and then props for the data here, right? And then after writing some action types, I go to directory of effects. Then start writing some effects. So this is this sample of effects using NGRX version 8 and 9. You see this $sign effects. Here it is: create effect, and it's using actions and pipes, merge map, and then the service itself. So whenever you see an effect like this, using decorator, meaning you're using version 7 of NGRX below. So just heads up, you start building NGRX and go to Google. Most of the, there are cases that you'll see this because how we used to write effects. Okay, so let's go back to the code. Yeah, and then after writing the effects, time to write some reducers. So this is a sample of a reducer. So it collects the action. So here, for example, hero reducer. And then you have this hero action types, load heroes, and basically changing the updating the state here. Success. So this is the request, and success. Copy all the state, and then replace the heroes property of this object here. Let's see it here, the hero state. And you have delete here, delete success, delete fail, great success, great fail. You're not required to write this fail events here, or actually you're not required to write action failures here, or even in action types. This is just helpful for debugging though. So yeah, after the reducer, so here it's time to set up the store. So this is the index file inside the store directory, and as you can see here, I'm just combining all the reducers here, and with some selectors, so it retrieves the state and the data from the store here. Example here, and then here again, so it can be available in any component. And then after setting this up, you can now start using it, or using it in any components. For example, this one. See here, select hero state, and then so here's a fetch heroes function that I created, where get calls inside the ng init. First, we'll send an action to the reducer via the dispatch here. We have to pass it inside this dispatch action in order for the reducer to receive it. And then here's the select. So you know that after this, there will the heroes or the state will have this data coming from the web service, and then we can retrieve it here. So, and aside from that, you also have to update your app module here, or root module. Oops. With store module for root here, and this effects module for root as well. It's not much. Yeah, so basically that's it for the NGRX. So this is, these are the steps. For me, it's better to have this kind of processor steps, so that, because it's hard to remember all of this. So I normally go here. So writing models first, and then services, and then action types, and then the effects, and then the reducer, then the store, where you combine all the reducers and selectors. And in your components, now you can use the selectors there to retrieve data, and dispatch here also in your components. So dispatchers are responsible for sending actions. Here's actions, to the reducer. So this is it. Now it's time to move to ngXS. So this is another state management library for Angular. It has single source of truth store, And this is a diagram of ngXS. We have a component here that gets the data from store through select, and also dispatches actions. And then the action, of course, can mutate the data inside the store. Thing here is it doesn't have that concept of effects or side effects. Yeah, so basically that's the only difference between NGRX and this ngXS. Now, let me show you the repository for ngXS. So here's the sample code. So again, first things first, writing the models. Here's a sample of a model, and the model hero here. Then after this, write some services. So here, sample service, nothing special as well. And after writing service here, go writing some action types. So here's a sample of action types in ngXS. Yep. So that's ngXX action types. And now after this, I start writing state and selectors. So where's the state here? Here's the state file of ngXS. So you have hero state model here. Basically the available the schema of the heroes here, heroes feature, and then you're using a state decorator here, passing the hero state model. And some selectors. See here, there's a lot of decorators here. And the actions here we go. And patching the state or updating it, mutating it, you will. So here's delete action here. We have this get state, set state, patch state. Here's an optimistic update. I think this is a better example here. Get state again, patch state. Have this function here. Just mutate the state. So yeah, without using any effects. So after this state and selectors and action, so actually this already the store or the reducer in NGRX. Let's see here. This is where you mutate the object of your single store. Of your store. Mutating the state. So then after writing this, you can now start going to components. And dispatching actions here. And what else can you do here? Where's the select? I have observable converters here that converts the select to usable properties inside your class. So here, set fair this, then using observable in a template, or using sync pipe. So yeah, so fewer steps, maybe just fewer than yeah, because without without effects. So basically fewer codes than NGRX. So yeah, this is NGXX. So here are the process. So here it is, adding models and services. Then you go write some action types, and then the state file which has the states, the model state, selectors are selectors here, and then the store, the action, or the store. So these states and selectors and this action store here can be separated on each file, or can be written in the same file. And then finally, the selects and dispatchers in components. And lastly, let's move to the last. Akita, another state management library built on top of RxJS. So this one is different from the two. Let me show you a diagram. It has a query here, and then also has a store, and then components here, sends actions, services, and updates a store. Now, this is the diagram. It's better if you can see the code. Let me show you the code. Oh, by the way, NGXS has also, let's say, support Redux DevTools support. So that's in Akita, so you can use Redux DevTools to debug in all of these state management libraries. Let's go to Akita. So again, here's the model. So writing the model first, and see this is a different one. Importing this Akita API from Akita npm module. Then you have to bring in ID and entity state. Here's your model. So basically creating another hero state there where it extends entity state and hero model. So you'll see this entity state, what it does. What it can do for you. So after this model, go to store. Where's the store? Oh no, this one. Writing the store here. Nothing much. This is the store. Totally different from the two. So it's just extending entity store, built-in state, and the model itself. And then after writing store, so you now start writing services. Here, here's the service. It's using this transaction decorator from Akita, and yeah, it changes the state of the store here. So there are magics here happening. So mutating the state, deleting it here, creating another object of hero. It's updating the hero. So this is the API. So after this, you can start writing queries. So this is the query in Akita, and then just extending the query entity here, and then creating your own. This is just computed values. So there's a magic happening behind here. So after this, you can go straight to components. There's component. And what you'll find here are this hero square here, where it has a bunch of utilities. So this is the query where help you do different kinds of actions, like get active, active ID, get all, get count, get entity, has cache. And this is your custom one, get total number, just computed inside the query. We have get value, has active, has entity. So select first, everything. So yeah, this is Akira. Pretty much very simple with a lot of magic, which is for me it's good. It keeps you away from writing a lot of boilerplate. And yeah, fetching here, your queries, select all. That's how you fetch the data. Query the data, for example, a collection here. And so again, these are just the overview of the tree. And let's go back to Akira. So this is how I would write Akira application, write the models, and then the store, and after the store, services, and then queries, and then you can start dealing with the components. So we're almost done here. Conclusion, NGRX became better starting from version 8. There are changes. If you want to see it, you can go to the docs. NGXS, on the other hand, doesn't need effects like NGRX does. And then Akira provides lesser boilerplate than the other two state management libraries and gives you extra utilities. Links, here's NGRX link, NGXS, and Akita, and these repositories can be found here. You can download the repositories from these links. And yeah, you can follow me on Twitter. So, yeah, thank you for listening, and thank you, ngVikings, for this opportunity.
All good, all good, all good. Definitely thank you very much for sharing your knowledge. I think state management is one of those things that are tricky to handle, tricky to work with, and I think you did a good breakout of it. I think people in the comment section were just talking about it all over, and yeah, I mean it's a topic. I've been there, so thank you very much for sharing this with us.
Oh yeah, thank you also, ngVikings. And yeah, it's a bit heavy, technical heavy state management. So.
All right. So what's going to happen in this moment is that we're going to jump into a new section of the conference, which is the panel section, in which we're going to have the different speakers that just have their conversations, their talks with you for answering all your questions. We, in fact, already collected some of them, so we're going to go through each one of them. But this is also the moment in which you can ask all of those. And by the way, in the next section, in case you want to take a break and just go for some snacks, like in the kitchen because we're at home, the next block of speakers are Anna Sidre, Manfred Staya, and Aaron Frost. So just stay tuned, and let's start with the panel. I think Majid is gonna bring them in. Amazing, good to have you all here. I think John is going to join in a second. So in the meantime, I would like to remind you, first of all, that we have people connected from Italy as well. I'm sorry, I forgot about you, but that's good. That's good to see you here. There is around 1,000 people still connected, 940. So keep the good vibes. Number two, remember we have song contests happening already, and I already saw a nice meme somebody did of me. So that's cool. That's fine. I love it. Remember, use the hashtag #BeGaBiking and then share your best meme, your best biking costume, where are you connected from in the most creative way. All of that will give you a prize. Okay. So yeah, let's go through the questions. In the meantime, I think John is going to join anytime, so that's fine. Let's see. So I guess one of the questions I have for here, I think it's for Martina. Martina, one of the persons in the chat asked, should features include the question mark or not?
The question mark. If there are I mean, yes, because they could be optional as well. Because the question mark behind this feature means it's optional, right? So I guess it should definitely include it. Yes, because they should be optional. I mean, yes, they should be optional. You don't have to necessarily use them. So yes.
All right. Good. Another question. TTMA 1046 is asking, what is the value of discussing something that it's internal? Why should people care about internal parts of Angular?
Yeah, well, you can separate the whole metadata logic from the business logic, basically. So what I consider as metadata logic is, for example, subscription management. I don't want to have in my business. I just don't want to have consider the unsubscribing manually, even if it's like a take until pattern or like a normal unsubscription pattern, which I would not suggest. So I always would suggest a take until pattern if you want to use it. So this is something like metadata. You have to do it in every single component that you're subscribing to an observable again and again. So this is metadata programming. So I would just love to have that just tell the component, I want to use this feature, and I can focus on my business logic that needs to be implemented in the component.
Absolutely. Another question we have for John Papa. Badik Horbonos is asking, I wonder if the VS Code tour content is stored in the project and may be available to IntelliJ at some point.
That's a good question. So the person who develops the Code Tour extension actually is on the Microsoft team who develops many of the features in Live Share and Code Spaces and a bunch of other features too. I believe that his name is Jonathan Turner, and I believe what he's doing is he's storing those as files inside the project. So if those things do evolve, there's no reason that IntelliJ or ReSharper or other tools couldn't tap into these. What I'd really like to see, though, is GitHub tapping into them. Imagine going to a GitHub repo and then being able to run the Code Tour right inside the web. So to me, that's what I get excited about. And right now, to be honest, it's all very beta phase. So new features are coming out almost daily.
Absolutely. Cool. We had a kind of a quirky, interesting question. John, apparently people really appreciate your content and your talks. And somebody asked how to be as cool as John Papa. I will probably portray that question in terms of how can you be more charismatic if you're a developer out there that wants to engage more with audiences and with communities? Perhaps how can you do that?
The hardest thing to do is to do it the first time. The first time you go out and speak somewhere is very difficult. I bet you Martina and Devlin can appreciate that too, right? The first time you go out there and you do it, there's a lot of butterflies in your stomach and you're nervous and you're not sure what's going to happen and you're saying and so and and you're rubbing your head, and don't worry about it. My first time speaking was about as bad as it could ever possibly be. I'll tell you very quickly what happened to me is before I went on stage, I was at a company, 150 people were going to listen to me talk. I went into the men's room, washed my hands. The sink was like a fire hose. It hit the sink and splashed all over my pants. I had to go on in 2 minutes, and it looked like I had literally just made a huge mess of myself. So if I can get through that, believe me, you can get through anything.
Absolutely. Yeah. I heard that Warbell also had an interesting story about this, but that's not necessary to share. Let's move on. So I'm going to check the comments to see if there are some questions for you. Martina Kraus, where can I find it? The Theta, the symbol on my keyboard.
So basically, I mean, you can just basically Google it. In the meantime, I don't even remember the shortcut anymore because I put it as an alias on my keyboard. But basically, you can just Google it. I remember on the Mac, I had to press 4 keys or so, 3 or 4 keys for getting this theta sign. But as I said, in the meantime, I don't remember it. To be real honest anymore, maybe John or Devlin remembers it because I just had it as an alias. Maybe one short note to the theta sign, what it means and why is it actually there. This theta sign means that these functions are not public yet. And I heard a rumor that the Angular team introduced this theta sign because it looks like a stop sign. So it's more like a stop sign of, oh, hold on, it's not ready yet. It can still change in the future in future releases. And we have even like Ivy instructions with a double theta. That means never ever, it will never ever be eventually released publicly.
Okay, nice. I didn't know that.
So maybe John or Devlin, do you know the keys right now? Because as I said, I don't remember it actually.
No, I Google it. I do exactly what you said.
I have no idea.
Okay, moving on. We have another question open for any speaker who want to take it. Can someone explain to me what are injection token and what the injector is in general? He says that, or she says, we all get no provider errors, and I want to learn how to solve these issues in a correct way. Where to look at?
I think that's 3 questions.
Yes.
Right? What's the injector token? What's the injector? And then how do you solve the no provider error? I'll take the last one. You guys can take the others if you want. The no provider error is generally because you're using a service inside of another service or a component, and it doesn't find it in the injector. What does that mean? It means that you didn't use the provided in root, for example, in the syntax for one of your services, the one that's not found. So when do you want to take what the injector is or the tokens?
I mean, there's also the questions regarding what is the correct way. So where I should inject my services and where should I provide them. You have a couple of ways, but what I suggest to always avoid is to provide them inside the providers array of the Angular module, because then your services are not tree shakeable anymore. And I love tree shaking, as you already remembered so many times. So the usual way is that in your injector, injectable direct decorator, when you create a service via the CLI, it's already like provided in root. And this is the way to go. But since Angular 8, right? 8. We have this platform, any and platform. Also like that you can provide on different kind of levels, but provide it in that way and not like inside the providers area, I would suggest. Devlin, I'm pretty sure you like to add something as well.
Oh yeah, you already mentioned all of the things that I'm going to say, so just to add, nothing so much.
What are you doing when you get an error like that? What are your sources you are searching for?
Like error specifically?
Like the snow injector error, yes. But like, are you reading the docs or what are you?
You know, set a debugger and you know, read the errors. That's the most important thing there. You have to read the errors. You have to understand what it's telling, because the Angular team did a lot of things to, you know, really help developers in their toolings, in their debugging. The CLI itself, the console it throws, everything's already there. And then if you can't figure it out, you can just copy it and paste it in Google. So normally that's what we do. and then most of the time you'll see the answer on top of the searches. You paste the error there.
All right. We have another question for you, Devlin. Apparently, somebody liked your presentation and your code so much that it's asking if you are going to provide a repo later on for your presentation. Is there a repo available?
Yeah, I think it's included in my slides.
Okay,
So
okay.
They can just watch the replay of this
Okay.
live streaming. Yeah, it's there, all the three, the NGRX, the NGXS, and the Akira repo. Actually, I got that idea from John Papa, the heroes,
Really?
the heroes in the VLANs, repository of different kinds of JavaScript frameworks and state management libraries.
Super, super. That's great. Perhaps later on you can put it on Twitter so people can just quickly get the link, right?
With
That's
a
great.
hashtag of ngVikings.
Yes, and this is probably a good moment to remind the audience that we have the hashtag #BeAViking for you to win a lot of prizes that we have available for you. We have 4 different contests: create your best meme, your best Viking costume, or even where are you coming from? And all right, moving on to the next question. This one is for John Papa. What do you think could be improved on the way we use dependencies on our projects? And package JSON sometimes doesn't have all the answers.
A lot. Dependencies on projects they're a good thing because we need to manage them, but they can also be a source of frustration, especially when you get into optional dependencies, peer dependencies, development dependencies, and runtime dependencies. I try to limit as much as I can the actual runtime dependencies for my projects, because everything you put into runtime actually gets deployed somewhere, and not everything ends up tree shakeable. As Martina and I both love tree shaking, but not everything is tree shakeable. So I try to limit the dependencies as much as I can. Some of this comes down to if there's code out there that I'm using, let's say you're using Lodash or underscore because you like a specific way it does an array manipulation. If that's all I'm using it for, I'll tend to remove that dependency and I will rewrite that code just for myself to manage the array. Because the less dependencies you take, the easier it is to maintain and move forward. The other thing that's really important, though, is you do have to have some dependencies. Make sure you run npm audit a lot. I run this all the time on my projects. It's like a ritual that I have. I run npm audit. It tells me what's got security bugs in it or out of date. Really important. And npm audit fix will help me fix those most of the time automatically. And if you do this regularly, your projects will stay up to date. Another way to do that is GitHub has a Dependabot. It's an automated bot that will automatically help you fix security updates in your repos. So try to use those two. Really important stuff for dependencies.
Absolutely. If Devlin or Martina want to chime in and say anything, just feel free to grab the mic. And
I have a question to John. Rumors has it that you had birthday yesterday or today?
I did. Yes, yesterday.
So happy belated birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nice,
yes, my wife found her Twitter app.
And, yeah, exactly.
All right. Moving on to the next question. Let me see if I can find one super quick here. Well, people are congratulating John at the moment, so that's good. Everyone is excited. John Papa, what should be the best definition of completion look like? What should the best definition of completion look like?
Yeah, so that's the definition of done that I talk about. We always say, yeah, I'm done. My kids, when they're done eating in the morning for breakfast, yeah, I'm done. Did you finish your homework? I'm done. What does done mean? And to me, the final signal for done is 2 things. Have you delivered it? In our case, you've deployed it. And the more important part of that is, are people using it? To me, your app is not done until somebody's actually using the application successfully, because that's really the whole point why we all have jobs. We have jobs so people can use the software we write. So whether you're writing Angular, like the Angular team, and we are the users, or you're writing an application like Disney.com, and then End users are the users. If you can measure that people can actually use your application, to me, that means done.
I like it. Like it. Absolutely. All right. We have one last question before we jump into a surprise section called the quiz, but I'll tell you more about it in a second. The last question is for Devlin. Devlin, does GraphQL work better with one state management library over another one?
Okay, so my experience in GraphQL, normally you wouldn't need a state management library because the caching itself, the caching mechanism in the GraphQL client does, handles for you all the state. So that's my experience. Yeah, you can try, but you'll find yourself doing it too much, or overkilling all your code, and it doesn't make sense to add two different kinds of state management inside a one repo or inside a one application.
Absolutely. In fact, did anybody also in the audience have a feedback, because they all happen to have experience in this? You're also welcome to reply in the comments, because your knowledge is also very valuable to us. So just feel free to participate. I would like to know if maybe the speakers want to, before we just close this section, the panel section, do you have anything to add? Would you like to say something? Would you like to thank the audience? Anything?
I'd like to thank everybody for coming and joining us today on, for me, a Monday morning in America, in the United States. But thank you for joining us all, and thank you for the organizers for shifting to a completely online event. And thank you for Juan for hosting.
Absolutely. Thank you, John.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing much to add. Thank you all. I was so sad when ngVikings announced that it got canceled. I was really sad. And then it was just amazing what they did now, and just and founding one of the two of the best MCs, of course. Juan is always a great person to interact with, definitely. And we have so many great speakers over here. It was an honor for me to be there among these all speakers. So thank you all so much.
Anybody notice the Easter egg too of my coffee mug?
No.
Where again?
Bergen, Norway. Yes.
Yeah.
Bergen, Norway.
Yeah, and I even I colored my fingernails.
All right.
And then
I don't have one, but
I'm
great.
expecting you to show us a tattoo now.
Good. Definitely. Would you like to say some last words?
Oh yeah, definitely. Thank you for supporting ngVikings, and hopefully next year we'll be able to meet each other personally. We'll get this through this situation that we're currently having right now. It's totally it's messing up everything in our world. So yeah, just pray, and then next year everything will be back to normal. We can shake our hands again. We can, hug, some hugs, and yeah, that's it.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, thank you all very much. Now we're going to switch over to another section. So in ngVikings, we wanted to make this as interactive as possible. And we wanted to prepare something for you that will be super fun. And that is a quiz. We have, I think Martina is going to join me here, isn't she? Absolutely.
Yes, again.
Nice. It's good to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely. So Martina, can you tell us a little bit more about what's about to happen?
Yes. So basically, maybe we are using a quiz platform. This quiz platform is called Kahoot. Shout out to this awesome, great platform. And we will have a kind of a small quiz, 11 questions. And maybe we can share already my screen, because then it's easier for me to explain what's actually eventually going to happen. So yes, perfect. So I want to ask everyone to join kahoot.it, www.kahoot.it. And then you will get lead through 11 questions. Juan and me will reading this question and answers to you and trying to make it as interactive as possible. As long as right now everyone is joining. So yes, as you already figured out, you have to, oh, Wafa is there. She was already there yesterday and she goes, yes, I see so many persons. Awesome. So like we have the quiz is limited for 2,000 persons. So you have to be fast. You better be fast. Yes, I see everyone is joining. So amazing. So one thing I'd like to mention is that as soon as you enter the quiz and as soon as I click the start button, actually, you will just see the answers on your smartphone or wherever you have this quiz open. Like you go to Kahoot IT, and when I click on start, you see the questions still on the main screen over here. You will not see them on your smartphone. So just let me shortly show you what you will see. So the pin will shortly go away. I will go back to the screen for a moment. So what you will see is something like this here. Just like we have 2 symbols and 2 buttons, or like 4 buttons, or how many answer possibilities you have actually. So you don't see the question on it, you just see the answer possibilities. The main questions will still be shown up here. And this is really awesome, a big surprise. And Sherry told me she even has something for you. And what for the winners, for the winners. Yes, I will announce it by the end of the quiz. So basically, we have 3 quizzes, today 1 and tomorrow 2 more, all about Angular and maybe even more. And Juan, if you want, you can attend as well.
I would probably fail or steal somebody's prize. So.
And of course, yes, as some of you already recognized, you can even use emojis inside your name. One thing that is really important to say as well is that you use always the same name in all 3 quizzes. Otherwise, we would not recognize which name has which kind of points. Did you ever play Kahoot, Juan?
Actually, yes. I remember I got this certificate of Kahoot player. Pretty good. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, but I gotta tell you something. One of the interesting things that happens when you're doing a streaming and people are playing something online, then some of them might be with some lag and some delay. So please don't post the answers on the comments. Just keep the answer for yourself if you know it. And if you are just hearing this right now, please go to the latest part of the video, because you can also watch like 10 or 20 seconds or 10 or 20 minutes before. Try to go to the latest part so you are in sync with everyone in the audience.
Yeah, so yes, of course, it should be really fun to do the quiz. So please don't just answer the question. So you are a senior Kahoot developer expert, Juan.
Well, yes. But let me ask you something. Are these questions like junior level or senior level? Do people need a lot of experience to answer?
So we basically start with some easy questions, and some questions will be more difficult. I guess today it's like beginner level, but it will get a little bit more difficult by time, like by tomorrow and the end. And we will have also some surprise questions for you.
Okay. All right.
Additionally, you have to be fast, because the points are also determining of the seconds, how fast you are.
Absolutely. Yes. Just remember to answer as quick as possible so you get the points. All right. Okay. Should we start when we reach 400, 420?
Yeah, that's a good. Let's start with like 420 or 430. I actually don't know, Juan. Does any of you knows your fun facts till now?
CU fun facts? Say again.
Like, does the audience know all the fun facts about you? Because as an MC, you're just like telling all the fun facts about other persons, but maybe no one knows that you are a great and awesome salsa dancer.
Oh my God, Martina, how do you know that?
Well,
I do like dancing. It's how you can relax when you spend all day in front of a computer, right?
Yeah, right. And I'm pretty sure, oh, and what maybe the audience also doesn't know is that you can sing so well.
Oh, nice. That's very nice of you. But I wouldn't do that today.
You should.
We have 80, 100 people connected. We don't want to lose them. So, okay, I think we reached around 425 already. Do you think it's about right to start? Because we also have the next talk really soon. So I think it's good that we just move on.
Okay, so I guess we should start, right?
Yep.
Are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you? Okay.
I am.
So I will click on the start button. Yes, there will be a small delay, but we already had that in mind. Like we extended the question seconds a little bit, that you are right on track. And actually, I see a lot of familiar names over here. So are you ready, Ron? So let's start.
I am super ready, yes.
Yes. So let's start the quiz. Toga Hong. 3, 2, 1, let's go. What are the main building blocks of an Angular application? Is it puzzle? Is it web components? Is it called ngBlock or puzzle bubble? What do you think?
Well, let me think. I mean, puzzle and puzzle bubble are repeated somehow. The only difference is bubble. So that could be a trick there. ngBlock could be because, you know, Angular.
Right. But it is web components. Exactly. And so many persons got this. So it's always maybe it's always the blue one. Maybe there's like the correct answer is always the blue one. So yes, the main building blocks of Angular application are called web components. Do you know there's actually Puzzle Bubble is actually a game, one of my favorite computer games.
Oh, really?
Yes, it's amazing. You're playing some dinosaurs and you're just destroying some blocks over there. It's
nice.
It's fun.
You know who also likes this game, this puzzle game? Anna Sidre. Who is also our very next speaker that is joining us very soon. So stay tuned. We're going to try to start as soon as possible. But in the meantime, we have 2 more questions, right?
We have 11 questions in a sum.
Oh my God. So we are probably going to need to do it a little bit faster so that Anna can join us.
So let's shortly check who's on the first place right now. It's really tough. It's really, really tight. So congratulations, fellow, but you will maybe not stay in the first place for a long time. So let's go fast for the second question. Is it true or false? Angular is used for building single-page application. Is it true or false? True or false? False or true? True or false? A single-page application. What is a single-page application, Juan?
It's that's an interesting question for the panel later on, because you're putting me on a spot, Martina. I'm gonna lose my credentials as a Google developer.
Okay. I mean, you have a single page, right? Yes, and Angular is used for a single page application because we have one index HTML file. So let us check who is now on the first place. Everything changed. I see the Colombia flag over there.
Well,
right?
I know, absolutely. It might as well be Colombia, but Colombia works as well.
Yeah, of course. So, okay, now we have completely different persons. So let's fastly jump to the next one. Which method is called automatically after the component instance has been created? Is it ngViking, ngOnInit, ngOnCreate, or ngStart? So automatically after the component creation. I mean, I would go always for ngViking. How about you?
I would go for ngStart. Sounds familiar.
I mean, would make sense. Would explain everything.
In fact, if I would have designed Angular, I would have just do ngStart, but
it is ngOnInit. It is a lifecycle hook, ngOnInit. Yes, we have a couple of those ones inside the Angular application. And the one who is called automatically after the initializing of the component is ngOnInit. So, I mean, we have so many experts in the audience. So
I know.
Amazing. And we have another first place right now. it's changing every single time. This is so exciting. I love these quizzes. I could do that for like the whole time. But
How many questions do we have yet still?
This now comes the 5th question.
All right.
I hurry up, I promise.
No, that's okay.
So, which syntax should be used inside the template for property binding? This is a tough one. We have so many brackets. We have curly brackets and double curly brackets and curvy brackets and index brackets. We have Angular developers have brackets for everything. If you don't know, just try out any kind of brackets. So for property binding,
I will go for the blue one because it's my favorite color.
Blue is mine too. How did you know that?
High five.
Yes, yes, and it's definitely the blue one. So whenever you want to have a property binding, use this kind of brackets. Amazing! It's beautiful. So let us see it again. Now we have rouge. I hope I pronounced it correctly. On the first place, it's really tight. And Dominic has the highest streak. Juan, help me. Streak. I just forgot it. Of 4 answers in a row. So congratulations to you.
Yeah.
Let us go to the next question really fastly. So which directive can be used for iterating over an array? So we have a couple of the structural directives over here. Is it ngIf, ng4 while, ngWhile, or ng4? I would again go for the blue one.
I will go for the triangle because it's a nice shape.
Yeah, right. Do you like it? Okay, I like the blue one. It's fine. And it is, yes, the green one. It's ng4. So yes, you need to use this directive for iterating over an array. So I'm so proud. Yeah, we have a lot of, maybe we have the next Google developer experts in Angular out there.
Absolutely.
Definitely. So let's see who's now in the first place. Tobal, congratulations. Gizmo.
Nice.
Yeah, Gizmo already did a great job yesterday at the NG, if she's the same at the NG Girls workshop.
All right.
So let's go for the next question. Which syntax should be used inside a template for event binding? So if you want, we not property binding, but event binding. And a lot of brackets again, right? Curly brackets. Just a tough one as well.
It is tricky. I don't even know the answer.
Luckily, we have a great Angular documentation out there, so we could just look it up, right?
Absolutely.
5, 4, 3, hurry up. 1. And the answer is yes, it's the red one. It's you need to have this parenthesis brackets for event binding. Sometimes you just have so much your auto-completion in your IDE that you don't recognize what is the syntax anymore, right?
Yeah.
Really... So let's see who was the fastest one. Oh
my God.
Now we have, let's see. He's still on, he or she is still on the first place.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's very good. I would like to hire this person.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe whoever is on the first place should send us an email afterwards and no, just kidding. So let's go to the next question. What's the best code editor? Is it Visual Studio? What?
Is there a right answer for this?
Of course it is. So is it Visual Studio Code? Duh. Is it WebStorm, of course? Is it Vim? What a question. Or is it Eclipse or NetBeans? For sure. So what is the best code editor out there? Just a short side note, the points of these questions are not really considered in the answer. But so what is the best code editor? Visual Studio Code. How can you do that to me?
Well, Vim is not. I don't like it.
What are you using, Juan?
Visual Studio Code.
Okay, I see. Yeah, actually, I'm using both, to be honest.
All right.
Visual Studio Code and WebStorm. But yeah, I love Visual Studio Code a lot, actually. So let's see who answered that correctly. Oh, as I said, the points of these questions are not really going inside the end result. So it seems like Torvald is not using Visual Studio Code.
Good one. All right.
Okay.
We're running out of time. We have
Yes.
3 more questions, right?
Yes, exactly.
And then
So
we're
let's
done. All right.
go to the next question. What are the main 3 file types of an Angular component? Java, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Java, CSS, TypeScript, HTML, CSS, or TypeScript, Java, HTML. So usually you get 4 file types, of course, but the testing file we are leaving right now out. So you get 3 file types. Which one is it? I would already, again, go for the blue one. Just like that. Always the blue one. I would just hit the whole time blue. And correct. It is TypeScript.
They know their answers.
They know they're really, really good. So let's see. No spicy trips is already gone. And we have Katteritze. Katze, maybe Katze. Katze is German for cat. Cat, yeah. Yes, right, you're learning German. I remember.
Absolutely.
It's a really difficult language. I have really respect for you. So let's go to the last question. What is used for displaying a component inside another component? Are we using the file name, the selector, the HTML snippet, or the HTML file name? What are we using for displaying one component into another? This is already like a really tough one as well, because you have to think a little bit more.
Really?
So, a little bit. 5.
Okay, so I'm probably wrong.
1. It's the selector, correctly.
Okay.
It's the selector. Congratulations. I mean, like the main persons are actually having the correct answer. I'm so proud of you. It's really amazing. So let's see. Oh, Katze is still on the first place. I just called this person now Katze. So yes. Are you ready for the last question? Are you?
Last question. Let's go for it.
Okay, the last question.
No, this is the next.
The last question. Sorry. What decorators are used for communications between web components?
What?
Is it inside outside? Is it put? Is it input output? Or is it in out?
I like in out. I don't know.
I like put. 2, 1, and yes, correctly. It's input output. Apparently,
these people know it.
Yes, it's amazing. Apparently, I'm not able to count because it was the last question, not the last question.
All right.
Let's see. Oh, Katze is still there. It's still there. But now let's see. Now we have the last question. I promise. Okay, let's get to the last final question. How many times have you been to ngVikings already? Is it your first time? Your second time? Is it between 3 and 4? Like 3, 4? Or is it more than 4 times? How many times? How many times have you been to ngVikings, Juan?
I don't know. I think 3 times with this one. This was my 3rd time.
Oh, it's amazing. It's my 2nd time, unfortunately. Just amazing. 3, 2, 1, and we have so many newcomers. Amazing.
So we don't know who the winner will be because we will need to subtract the points, right?
Yes, of course. Yes. But just to have these little fun questions in between. But for all these ones who covered more than 4 times, I hope that means you all have to go be there next year as well, because right now we are on the 4th ngVikings. So everyone who just clicked more than 4 times needs to be there next year as well. Make sure I collect your names and make sure that you're there next year as well. So let's just check who's like the 1st, 3rd, and 2nd place. So the current podium, the 3rd place is Sheep. That's super cool. Katze is on the second place. And the first place is Lars.
Lars. I don't know.
Ah.
Is this the Lars we know or
Yeah,
another
I
Lars?
was thinking about it. If it's this Lars, so if it's this Lars, congratulations. I check on you. No.
Okay.
Great. So thank you so much. So we will have 2 more quiz, of course, tomorrow. Thank you so much for running this quiz with me, Juan. And I will definitely give immediately the stage free for Anna Sidre. She's amazing. I love her. So thank you so much, everyone. And see you tomorrow. And see you in the chat. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, Martina. Okay, so now we just finished the first part of the conference with this quiz, and now we're moving forward towards the second part where we have a block of 3 speakers. And the first one is Anna Sidre. Anna Sidre is a developer advocate at OutZero. She is an international speaker and also a Women Tech Maker ambassador. She's the organizer of CalStech and NG Spain. What a nice curriculum. And by the way, Anna, I asked her about fun facts, and I also looked up on the internet and found out that she actually has a degree in fine arts. Also a Master of Science in International Business Management and Economics. Anna, how did it happen? How do you jump from fine arts towards Angular?
If I start with that, I think I'll be here for my 20 minutes, so maybe I shouldn't start.
There you go. Then you should absolutely start.
But if
Please.
anyone ever wants to know, I can give a talk on it. It's fine.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for staying tuned in. And now let's welcome Anna Sidre to the stage.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you for presenting me. It's a real honor for me to be here today, especially with Juan presenting me. Like they mentioned, I am going to be talking about web components for authentication, the what, the how, and the why. And like Juan mentioned, I'm Anna Sidre, and I'm a developer advocate at OauthZero. So OauthZero is a flexible drop-in solution to add authentication and authorization services to your applications. If you have any questions about this or web components, or just want to say hi, please feel free to reach out to me at any time. My DMs are open on Twitter. You can see my Twitter handle there. And like Juan mentioned too, I'm pretty active in the community. And that's why ngVikings is so special to me, because this is where my speaking career began 2 years ago now. And also it inspired me to create NG Spain. So it's a real honor for me to be here today. But I have 20 minutes to actually give this talk. So let's get started. And we're going to start by figuring out what is a web component. So what is a web component? A web component is a component that is completely platform agnostic. And we can encapsulate them so we don't have any styling or behavior leakages in or out. We can also make them into reusable packages to gain maximum interoperability. Now, I'll dive a tiny bit more into that just a bit later. But when we think about web components, we tend to think that they're just dumb UI components. But that is so not true. They can be so much more. So in this talk, we're actually going to, first of all, create a dumb component, and then we're going to smarten it up. Web components also consist of 3 main technologies. HTML template, which is a HTML tag called template, and that's where we add all of our template of the web component. We have custom element, which is how we create the HTML tag. We can also extend or improve existing ones. Just note that when you name them, make sure you name them so that future you knows what it is, and also other developers. So make it readable. Also, you always need to add a dash so the browser knows that it's a web component. Next, and well, last but not least, is Shadow DOM. And Shadow DOM allows you to have this encapsulation that I was talking about. So we're going to take a deeper look to see what these 3 technologies actually are. So first of all, we will be creating a DOM component. And what we're going to be creating is this simple login button, which we can style from the outside. Right, first of all, we create our template. As you can see, it's a simple button that is called login. It does have some fancy styling, which I don't put here, but we're going to get back to that because that's an important topic and we have to spend a tiny bit more time on that. So we'll get back to that in just a second. Next, we have our login button element class, which extends the HTML element. And this step is very important because it allows your component to actually inherit all of the features of the HTML element class. And that way it's also going to be recognized as a DOM element. We have the constructor and we have the super. We call super because we need access to all of those APIs. And then what we need to do is add our shadow DOM. Now this is a simple step, and you might see something funky going on here. It says mode open. Now we do that because we want to give developers a possibility to manipulate the structure of your component via JavaScript. Now, if you don't want to allow this, you can always put closed. However, I think it's best practice, or I personally recommend to keep it open because you never know how others are going to use your web component. Now, let me give you an example. Imagine that we have, for example, an image gallery, and when you use it on a website or a web app, it might just be a simple image gallery, right? However, if we take this to mobile and we make it native, maybe developers find use for this to make it into a slider to slide between pages on a mobile app. So that might be a good example. The second line of code, what we're doing here is we're cloning our template, and instead of adding it to the DOM, we're adding it to the shadow DOM. So it's two simple steps. Next, we're going to define the custom element. So this is the part where we actually create the HTML tag. And we call custom elements.define. We give it a name. Remember, give it a good name, add the dash, and then we're calling the login button element. Remember how I said we're going to get back to styling? Well, we're here. So why is styling so important? Now, you might have your web component orange because it's for personal preferences, or maybe you want to add it to your ngVikings website. Never know. However, how many people are out there that will want an orange login button? We have to think how we can allow them to actually change the color or change the border or personalize it for either personal preferences or corporate preferences. So there are two ways to go about this. The first one is CSS custom properties, and it is the preferred one because, as you can see, browsers are almost ready for it. And it's pretty simple to use. All you have to do in your styling, in the template, to all of the properties you want to allow to style, you add a CSS variable. And you do so by calling the var keyword, you open parentheses, you then give it a name. In this case, I called it the same, just coincidence, but I think it gains readability. You start with a dash dash because CSS custom variables always start with a dash dash, and you give it a default value. Now, if it's a background color, the default value should be a color. And then the external developer or whoever's going to use this web component will then, in their style attribute, add the naming to this. So they put the style and then dash dash the variable name and then the color that they want to. Pretty simple. But as you can imagine, this could get pretty long depending on how many variables you want to change. And it's a bit more bug prone because you have to write out every single variable name. So there is another way, and it's CSS shadow parts. Now, this is especially cool when you have a bigger web component, something a bit more complex than a button, right? And if you want to take a deeper look into this, I really recommend that you check out the article that you can see at the bottom there. That's the source to that article. It's by Monica, and it's a deeper dive into this. However, browsers aren't quite there yet, but I know that Safari is working on it, so that's the first step. So how does this work? Now, say we had a form or a card, just something a bit more complex than a button, right? Say we had this form that has a div, an input, and a div. Now, we only want to allow the developer to customize the div and the input. They do this by adding the part attributes. And then when you call the part attribute, you need to name that part so that later on in the style sheet, the developers can call the name of the web component, call the part pseudo class, the name of the part, and then just customize whatever variables they may have to there. I did say that this is useful for more complex web components, but we can also add it to our button. So let's do that. We call the parts attribute on our template, and we give it a name, custom button. Then in our style tag or our style sheet or wherever, for the sake of this talk, I put in a style tag. You have the name of the web component, which is login button, the part pseudo class, and the name of the part, which is custom button. And then you put in the properties that can be changed there. And that's it. It's pretty simple. We have created our first DOM web component. And you can add whatever native attributes there are too. So that's really cool. So now we have a basic understanding of what a web component is. Let's go to the next step and see what authentication is. So, what is authentication? Authentication is the process of confirming an identity. Now, what do I mean by this? So it's when a user or an application proves they are who they say they are by providing valid credentials. And these valid credentials are normally a username and password. However, it's normally best practice, and it's good to combine it with other factors. And these factors tend to fall into three categories, which is what you know, what you have, or what you are. For example, a fingerprint, or it might be an email or an SMS, right? And this is actually a good way to secure your application better. And what about authorization? Because I hear a lot of times that authentication and authorization are used interchangeably. However, this is not fully correct. So what is authentication? Authentication is the process of verifying what a user has access to. So it's when a user or an application is granted access to an API, that API then determines the extent of the permissions that it should assign. So authorization tends to happen after authentication. And that way it knows what access it should grant. Just to be clear, we do need both authentication and authorization to protect a resource. So like it says here, access to a resource is protected by both authentication and authorization. However, for the sake of this talk, we are going to focus on just authentication today. But that doesn't mean that we cannot use authorization in web components, just that we're going to focus on one thing at a time. Okay, so how can we put these two together? How can we benefit using web components when approaching authentication? Now, I'm going to talk about the bigger picture, and this doesn't have to just be about authentication. It can be used in other scenarios too, but I'm going to focus on authentication. So, maximum interoperability, which is basically what I said earlier, right? And I said I'd get back to this. So here we are. When we use web components, we can share them across teams. Now, I want to give you an example here. Say we're in a multi-enterprise where there are several product teams, and on each of those teams, they have their product with different designs and whatnot. But at the end of the day, they all belong to the same company, so they want to have the same user experience. They want a good user experience. Now, instead of reinventing the wheel 3 times, say like we have 3 product teams, we have each team working with a different framework, we have one working with Angular, one working with Vue, one working with Polymer. Instead of doing a component 3 times, getting 3 times the headaches, 3 times the sleepless nights, we just create one web component and we share it across teams, and we get the same user experience. And like I mentioned before, we can style it however we want to fit the product, right? So this is really, really valuable. And if you want to know if your framework does actually support web components, I really recommend this website, Custom Elements Everywhere, which basically shows you how web component friendly your framework is. It's really cool, so go check it out. Next, web components are very, very easy to implement. Now, here we take a look at an SDK, which is already a really big improvement. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just implement an SDK. It might take a couple of hours. It might take a couple of days, but it's not going to take you months. And it's a quick and easy way to add a service or whatever we may need. However, if you compare it to a web component, you just basically have to add the HTML and fill in the attributes that you may need, and maybe twerk some styling, right? Oh, yeah, and don't forget, you need to do an npm install and save it first. Also, with web components, we are totally flexible. So we can create whatever HTML attributes we may need to. In a minute, we're going to create the same login button, but make it smart. And to make it smart, we're going to use the Auth0 client. And we need to add the domain and client ID here. So to do so, we're going to be adding these HTML attributes. But there's a world of possibilities out there for you. It's just whatever you may need, web components can adapt to you. And I'm not going to go too much into detail here because we've already talked about it, but remember, flexibility also, they can style the web components however they like, whether it's through CSS custom properties or CSS shadow paths. And then we have slots. So Again, flexibility, right? Slots acts like a placeholder, and then the developers decide whether they want to use this or not. So for example, we might have a login and logout button, and we give the developer the option to use a description there if they want to. Well, what you do is you'd add a slot, and best practice is to always name it. If you use just one slot, you don't have to. But if you use more than one, I really recommend, well, even if you just use one, I actually recommend to always use a name because it's more descriptive too. Then what they do is when they implement this auth element, they can add this slot or not, depending if they need to. So again, we're gaining flexibility. Right, so we've taken a look at DOM components. Remember, we created this possible ngVikings login button, which we could style from the outside. And then we're going to make it smart. And what we are going to do is we're going to create a web component that is a login button that uses Auth0 to deal with the authentication process. So let's get started because we don't have much time left. What we do, like I said, is we're going to use the Auth0 SDK, and to do so, all we need to do is do an npm install and then import it. Then here what we're going to do is add the domain and client ID properties because those are the attributes that we want to have, right? That's what we want people to put in. And we keep them as empty strings because this is information that's coming from the outside. Then we have our getters and setters on both the domain and the client ID. And we're calling on both, if you see here, domain and client ID. The last method is build Auth0 client. Now we need this because we need to rebuild the Auth0 client whenever the values of the domain and or client ID properties change. Here we have our observed attribute static property. And it returns an array with the name of the components of the attributes. So this property is basically asking the browser to be notified when the value of any of these attributes changes. Now you can actually capture these notifications from the browser by implementing the attribute change callback method. This is a custom element reaction, and it can be implemented to hand some events in the lifecycle of the component. Then another custom element reaction is this connected callback, sorry, which is added to the page's DOM. And its code creates an instance of the Auth0 client like we've seen before. It has an event listener, and then it's managing the result of the authentication, and it's updating the UI based on the current authentication status. So let's take a look at the event listener. And in here, if you have a look, you can see that it's basically getting the current authentication status of the user, and it's calling the login or logout methods accordingly. Let's zoom into those two methods, the login and logout, and all they're doing is invoking the login with redirect and the logout methods of the Auth0 client. Now let's go back to our connected callback, and we're going to take a look at that update UI. Now, the update UI method is displaying the correct text on the login button based on the current authentication statics. It's self-explanatory, right? And then the handle redirect callback, which was also in our connected callback, is managing the response coming from the Auth0 server after authentication. And we're basically done. So this is our result. This is the result. It'll be a login button, and we would have two attributes, the domain and client ID, which would then be filled out through your Auth0 dashboard. You get the information from there. Now, if you want a deeper look into this code, feel free to. It's on my GitHub. And basically, what this login button would do is once you click on it, it would take you to this amazing ngVikings login page where you can then decide through your dashboard whether you want social login or whatever you want there. And you can also change the logo, colors, whatever you want to. But because we're at ngVikings, I had to make an ngVikings one. Now, you may have seen that what I was using to create these web components was pure JavaScript. However, there are many tools out there that you can use to help you. You don't have to use native or vanilla JavaScript. So what can you use? There's Angular Elements because we're at ngVikings, so I have to mention that one. There's Slim, there's Skate, there's Stencil, Hybrids, and my personal favorite is Lit Element. Why is it my personal favorite? Because it handles a lot of the logic for you, so you don't have to do too much. And you have the amount of lines of code reduces dramatically. So what can I say here? Just try it out and figure out what tools you like to use, because then you can add it to any framework that you want to. It's pretty cool. And what about the browser? Because we all know that when web components came out, the browser wasn't ready, and that put a lot of developers off using web components. So I have good news for you. The browser is fully stable, as you can see, and there's nothing to be afraid of. So go ahead, try them out. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me later at the speaker panel or on Twitter or yeah. So thank you so much for listening to me. It's very strange speaking to a camera and not seeing your faces, but I know you're all there. So thank you for listening. And thank you, ngVikings, for this amazing opportunity. I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you.
Anya, that was amazing. Thank you very much. Congratulations. That was a pretty well delivered talk, I have to admit. I'm really impressed. Such great talent. Thank you very much for doing this with so much clarity. The way you speak is so clear and transparent. I love it. So great job there.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you for presenting me. It's a real honor.
Absolutely. All right. So moving on. I have to sit down. I'm already tired a little bit, but I'm holding on like all of you down there in the streaming. We have 800 people still tuning in, so that's good. So quick reminders. Number one, remember we have a code of conduct, and it's really important that we follow it so that we be kind to each other, that we provide feedback, but always in the right tone, with kindness and with clarity, so that people feel comfortable listening to the feedback. But so far, you've been doing pretty well. So we are very happy to see that. We are happy to see a community that is kind to each other and that is so excited to see the speakers on the talk. So thank you very much for all that enthusiasm. We really appreciate it. One comment I have for all of you is to remember that the 3 winners that won the previous quiz, make sure you contact ngVikings, either through Slack or through the email we gave you, so that you actually can get your prizes. And remember, we have some contests happening. People are already publishing their memes and their pictures on Twitter, so make sure you don't stay behind. You also put your pictures. You can win a really nice prize. And up to our next speaker, we have Manfred Staya. Manfred is a trainer, consultant, and programming architect with focus on Angular. He's also a Google developer expert, and he's a trusted collaborator in the Angular team. I think Manfred is one of those speakers that people love because he is got one of the greatest humors in the Angular community. Isn't that true, Manfred?
I'm not sure. So honestly, I'm always honest, and people think I'm funny. So I don't know what's wrong here.
There you go. There you go. That's him. When I asked Manfred, can you share some fun facts? And he told me, well, Juan, the truth is that his parents put him on business school. Business school. It was the hardest 5 years of his life because they thought he was too clumsy for technical school.
Yeah.
And here he is delivering an Angular talk, which I'm pretty sure is going to be amazing. So I hope all of you enjoy. Manfred, the stage is yours. Please take over, and thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Juan. And yeah, welcome. This will be about micro frontends and module federation, which will become quite a revolution, if you ask me. But first of all, let me start with a question. Who remembers those 3 guys? Perhaps you remember them. They are from an 80s TV show called Riptide. And I really had to think back about them when I prepared for this presentation. And when I did so, I found out several things that are somehow funny. First of all, this is not Tom Selleck. So for my whole life, I have to admit, I thought that this was Tom Selleck, who I saw in the 80s in this TV show, but he isn't. I don't know why I have confused those 2 people. Another thing is, I did not even remember the term Riptide because the German name of this TV show was not Riptide, it was Trio mit 4 Fäusten, which means something like trio with 4 fists. Just 4 fists, even though we have 3 guys here, but This guy here was not using his fists. This guy here was using his brain. He was the general purpose computer scientist in this team. And the funny thing is, when thinking back about this I noticed that this guy was a one-man show. And perhaps that was possible in an 80s TV show. But nowadays, this is not possible. Nowadays, computer science or software engineering is not a one-man show. Nowadays, software engineering is a team sport, isn't it? We need to have several skills. We need to have a diverse team, and they have to bring their skills together. And coordinating one team is hard enough. But the truth is that nowadays, we very often have several teams to coordinate because software is that huge and that complex that we need several teams. And this is even harder than just coordinating one team. And so a lot of people thought about how can we make this a bit easier. And one solution that comes in mind is not creating monoliths. A monolith in this sense is a big application that can do everything, that can cook your coffee and that can book your flights and that can sort your socks, something like this. No, this is not a good idea. Instead of this, the idea is to create microservices. Microservices like a booking service or a check-in service or a luggage service or a boarding service instead of our huge overall flight management system. The idea is to separate those services, to isolate those services from each other. The lesser they know from each other, the better it is. Because if they don't know much from each other, you can easily change something there without breaking something here. This is a big issue with monoliths. You try to maintain it, you try to change something, perhaps you just try to fix a bug, and by fixing a bug, you damage a whole other part of the story. This is prevented by loosely coupling those services. Well, the term microservices is here for about, let's say, 5 years. The idea behind it is much older, I would say at least 20 years. And as microservices are quite popular nowadays, people think about how to transfer this idea into the world of frontends. And what comes out when doing this is called micro frontends nowadays, which is quite a new term, but at the end of the day, it's the same idea. Having small applications instead of one big monolithic application and decouple those applications from each other. This is the main idea here. Why is this beneficial? Well, if I have micro apps, micro frontends, I can use autonomous teams. I can have one small team for the booking app and one small team for the check-in app and further teams for the other apps. And most importantly, they don't need to coordinate that much with each other. They can just do their job. They can just work on their part without interacting much with the others. And this brings back a lot of agility. That means even in a huge company, you can have the agility of a startup because you have these tiny isolated teams. And that shows one thing that's very important here. Micro frontends as well as microservices are first and foremost about scaling teams. They are not about technology. They are not about fancy frameworks. No, they are about a very unemotional topic like sharing, no, not sharing, like scaling teams. You just want to scale up your process for software development. And that means you will most likely benefit from this style of programming if you have more than one team, because teams is plural, you know, and that means having more than one. If you just have one team, then perhaps this is not that beneficial for you. Then perhaps this comes with more overhead and disadvantages than with advantages. So the thing is that we are questioning ourselves, that we are wondering how to implement such micro frontends for years. because there was not a sound solution for this. There have been several approaches, but there was not this one and only sound solution. But this changes now with module federation. Module federation will be baked into Webpack, and so it will also be available for the Angular CLI, which is nowadays using Webpack underneath. And so we have finally something like an official solution that has been thought through by a bigger team like the Webpack team. And this is what this presentation is about. In this presentation, I will show you how to use module federation. First of all, I will start with an overview of module federation. I've brought an example for it, and I will show how to use it together with Angular. Then I will give you a roadmap, because the first question is, when can we have it? And of course, there is not a perfect answer to this question, because it depends on several things, but I can give you some indicators. And then I have a little nice, hopefully funny challenge for you to try out, to encourage you to try out module federation. But first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Manfred. I am a trainer and consultant for Angular. I'm helping a lot of companies with Angular workshops and consultancy in the last time, because of the current situation, of course, remotely. But when we don't have a pandemic, I'm also doing a lot of in-house stuff. And besides this, I'm quite connected to the Angular community, and I really love Angular. Also, I'm doing a lot of stuff in the German-speaking area, but sometimes if I promise to behave well, I'm also allowed to work with other companies in other countries, which is quite nice and quite simple nowadays, because, as mentioned, we are doing most of our works those days remotely. Okay, so let's get started with the first chapter of this presentation. Let's get started with an overview of module federation. And I'm always saying module federation is a bit like the 1980s. You have to experience them to know what they are about. And so I would say, let's get started with a demonstration. In this demonstration, I have a simple shell. A shell is just an application which is capable of loading other applications. And this happens when I'm clicking here. When I'm clicking here, I'm directly loading a separated compiled, a separately deployed application into my shell. And so it appears here within the dashed lines. To prove that this application is a separately compiled application and a separately deployed application, I have here the same application which runs in standalone mode. That means we can decide upon using it as a standalone thingy or using it as part of our bigger shell. So let's have a look under the covers. Let's find out what happens when we click this flights link here. For this, let me open the developer tools. And here we find the network tab. And now let me click flights. And what you see here is that a lazy chunk is loaded. And this lazy chunk only has 3.something Ks, which is quite slim. It's quite slim, and this clearly shows that it is not containing Angular or some other frameworks. It is only containing my very own code. That means even though it has been compiled separately, it is reusing Angular core, Angular common, and so on from the shell. The shell is sharing it with this remote application. Perhaps you are saying now, yeah, that looks nice, but we already have this for years because this is just lazy loading. And I am saying, no, this is not just lazy loading, because if you look here, here we have localhost 5000. And if you look there we have localhost 3000. So it is a completely different origin where I find this chunk, and I'm just loading it from this origin into my application. Those two chunks did not know each other at all when compiling them. They just meet for the first time at runtime, which gives me a lot of flexibility. For instance, one autonomous team can just publish its part when they are ready. And then my shell will always load the newest part, or let's say a configured part, into this very application. The teams can work individually and decoupled from each other. Okay, so now the next question is how to load separately compiled code into a shell. And perhaps you're saying, hey, this cannot be that difficult because, you know, nowadays we have dynamic imports, and before we had the require statement when we used Webpack or even Node.js. So this cannot be that difficult. But as a matter of fact, when we are using Webpack nowadays, and so when we are using the CLI, it is difficult because Webpack is not allowing to do something like this. Webpack does not allow us to load something from a different origin at runtime. And the reason is that Webpack assumes that everything is known at compile time. Even the lazy parts of your application have to be known at compile time, because Webpack is compiling everything, Webpack is optimizing everything, tree shaking takes happen, and then and only then Webpack will split your whole source code into chunks that might be lazy loaded during runtime, but only after the compilation and after the optimization. And so in the past, it was really difficult to load something from another origin. But here, this is the goal, isn't it? So the good message is Webpack 5 module federation allows for this. And for this, we have on the one side a shell. Module federation is calling it a host. And on the other side, we have a micro frontend, a separately compiled micro frontend, which is called remote with terms of module federation. And besides this, within the shell, we can map URLs. Here I'm saying, hey, the URL mfe1 is not something that points to internal code, it points to external code, to code that has been published separately. And you see I'm mapping mfe1 to mfe1. This is done because module federation allows me to define aliases. I could define an alias called Manfred, which is pointing to the micro frontend mfe1. So this is a general idea. It is normally a good idea. Try to name as many variables Manfred as you can. It will for sure make your software more appealing. Well, besides this, here I'm not using aliases. That's why I'm mapping one name to the same name. Besides this, on the other side, within the micro frontend, I can expose several files. For instance, I'm saying I'm exposing this file with this very component under the name CMB. That means this component can be separately loaded by the host. And then something beautiful happens. I can use an import statement like this. And as you see here, the import statement imports something from mfe1. And now, of course, this mfe1 points to my mapping within the Webpack configuration. And besides this mapping points to the micro frontend on this or on that origin. And as this micro frontend exposes something under the name CMB, I can load this very file with this import here. So importing something that has been deployed separately is really a piece of cake with module federation. Perhaps you're wondering how the shell gets the URL from the micro frontend. Well, the thing is, when compiling the micro frontend, Webpack gives us a remote entry point, which is just a tiny file, just several bytes, nothing more. And then I can load this remote entry point into my shell. I have to do this nowadays with a script tag, but this grep tag could also be a dynamic grep tag. I could create it with vanilla JS with DOM manipulations. Hopefully, in some of the further releases, in one of the upcoming releases, we can just tell Webpack to load this or that entry point, or we could just perhaps configure Webpack, tell Webpack that this or that location is the location of the micro frontend 1, of the micro frontend 2, and so on and so forth. But for the time being, we need this grep tag here. And after loading the remote entry point, the shell knows where to find this very remote, this very micro frontend. Now you perhaps say, well, that's nice, but somehow we need to prevent that we load Angular twice or 5 times if we have several micro frontends. Because when compiling those micro frontends in a traditional way, of course, they get their own copy, at least their own parts of Angular. And this is also solved by module federation. Module federation allows us to share dependencies. For this, just use this shared array, which is also part of the Webpack configuration. Within this array, you can put all the libraries you want to share, which is Angular core within the shell, which could also be Angular core within the micro frontend. And if both need the same dependency, and if this dependency is part of this shared array on both sides, the micro frontend will just reuse the already loaded Angular core library from the shell. And that's why, in my case, the loaded micro frontend was that tiny. You remember it just had 3 Ks, which is nothing more or less. Of course, now you're saying perhaps we can have conflicting shared libraries. Perhaps the host is loading Angular 7 and the micro frontend needs Angular 9. And this can be a real showstopper. And guess what? You are right. It can really be a showstopper. Saying this, module federation comes with 2 solutions for this. First of all, we can say, even if we get the wrong version, we reuse it anyway. Just trust into your luck. Perhaps you are lucky and everything works as expected. If you have bad luck, of course, it won't work. If you are expecting Angular 9 and the host only gives you Angular 7, perhaps your application is completely blown up. And the second option is the micro frontend could decide on runtime to load its own copy of Angular, which is also not the best idea when it comes to Angular. If bundle size is not a big issue, loading a tiny library like RxJS twice could be okayish. You have it once in this version for the shell and once in that version for the micro frontend. But in general, it is not the best idea you can come up with. And saying this, it seems like that both options might be bad. Of course, it always depends on your very situation, but both options might be bad. And so, as it turns out, it is possible that we need to prevent this situation by ourselves, by introducing conventions, by introducing contracts, or by using a monorepository, which can also help here because it forces you to use one version of all your libraries. Of course, when it comes to separate deployment, we can have different versions over time, but it is better than nothing if you use a monorepo to prevent this very situation. Also, using E2E tests, integration tests, can make sure that everything works at runtime when the separately compiled parts meet each other. And perhaps this is the biggest issue with micro frontends. It is an unsolved issue. Perhaps it is not only an unsolved issue, but also an unsolvable issue. And that means you have to prevent it by yourself, as mentioned before. Or perhaps you are just putting your head into the sand and hope for the best could also be a solution, but I don't think so. So let me show you a demonstration for this. When we look into this demonstration, you see first of all a routing file. It's called app routes. It's part of the shell. And as you see here, my shell is just using lazy loading. It is just using default Angular stuff, the router itself with load children to load this micro frontend. But the thing is that here I've mapped MFE1 to a micro frontend which was separately deployed. That means at runtime, Webpack will find out that I don't want to load internal stuff, but external stuff. To be more precise, I want to load the exposed module over there. If we have a look into the Webpack configuration for the shell, we will see that I'm just telling the shell, hey, I will use the URL mfe1. It points to an external micro frontend, and it is also called mfe1 over there. So I'm not defining aliases. Besides this, I'm sharing some libraries like Angular Core, Angular Common, the router, and so on. This is the configuration for the shell. It's really simple, isn't it? The rest of this Webpack configuration is normally produced by the Angular CLI, but more about this later. If I scroll down, we see the configuration for the micro frontend. It's slightly bigger. The micro frontend has a name, MFE1. I'm defining a name for the remote entry point. I'm exposing several files like a module with some child routes, a standalone component, and I'm also defining that I want to share Angular Core, Common, and the router itself. And that's it. Now we just need to compile everything with Webpack to build everything, and then the shell can load the separately compiled remote, the separately compiled micro frontend. Well, there's one more thing you need to take care about, namely this remote entry point. This remote entry point has to be loaded into the shell. That was the wrong index.ts. Here we go. It has to be loaded into the shell, because by loading this remote entry point, Webpack gets informed about where to find MFE1, where to find this very micro frontend. And as mentioned, hopefully we will get something like this, a function which allows us to configure Webpack instead of the need to load this remote entry point. Honestly, I've even already seen a pull request, a commit for this very repository, which is solving this, which is introducing a method like this. So hopefully we will get it in one of the next versions. Okay. So now, of course, your question is, when can we get it? Which is the roadmap? How does the roadmap look like for this? And well, what I'm telling you now is totally unofficial. And the source for this is my very own coffee grounds reading. So don't do much bets on this. But what I can tell you is that Webpack 5 is currently in beta. And I can also tell you that the example I've shown you is just a proof of concept using a custom Webpack configuration and a patched version of the CLI. And I assume you don't want to use neither. You don't want to use a custom Webpack configuration. We did this 5 years ago and it was not that funny. And you don't want to use a patched version of the CLI. For sure, you want to have an official CLI version. Saying this, the CLI will for sure not support Webpack 5 before version 11, because version 10 is more or less ready. I think we will see it in several weeks, perhaps, because, I mean, look at the calendar. and we have this release cycle, this 6 month release cycle. And so the next chance to squeeze Webpack 5 into the CLI is fall 2020. Then version 11 comes out, and this is only possible if Webpack 5 is ready then. Rumor says it should be ready so that we can squeeze it into version 11. And then you somehow need to squeeze in the module federation config into the CLI's config. You don't want to do this by hand. That means we need a custom builder, which is quite nice because the Angular CLI is extensible in so many ways, and we could just use a custom builder to take this tiny module federation config and squeeze it into the Webpack config produced by the CLI. For instance, you could use something like ngX build plus nowadays. This is a builder I wrote, which is just doing what I just mentioned. Yeah, and then it's ready to be used together with Angular. If you like this presentation, you will perhaps also like, by the way, my ebook. It contains a lot of stuff about module federation, also about alternatives. Because software architecture, you know, is always about alternatives. You can download it here at angulararchitects.io/book. So we are reaching the end now, but before we are reaching the end, I have a little tiny challenge for you. This little tiny challenge is about Snake. I guess you know this computer game, which is called Snake. There is a very nice open source implementation created by this smart guy here, which is called ngX Snake, and as the name tells us, it is using Angular. So let's have a look at this Snake game. Here we go. I'm saying start game, no balls. And as you see here, my snake is randomly moving around. So you see, I'm not using my fingers on my keyboard. It is just randomly moving around. Why is that? Well, I've taken this open source implementation and I patched it. I squeezed module federation into it so that it allows to load a remote which is controlling the snake. Currently, I'm using my own implementation for the snake service, which is just a simple implementation sending around the snake randomly. Saying this, please do never ever load a foreign stuff, a foreign module container into your application in real world. For this example, it is okay because this is not a critical application, but in real world, only load trusted parts, trusted plugins into your application. So here I'm loading my snake strategy into my application, and this makes the snake move around. And now I have a challenge for you. This challenge is about implementing your own strategy for moving the snake around. A better strategy, a smarter strategy than my random strategy. And then publish it using module federation. Publish it as a remote. We will have an award ceremony on the next NG Copenhagen online meetup. In this award ceremony, we will load your implementations into our snake game, and then we will find out which implementation does best, which implementation will do the most points, which snake will eat the most fruits in a given amount of time. And yeah, if you want to take part in this challenge, you find all the material, everything you need, a detailed README under this location here in my GitHub account. Just check it out, play around with it, publish your strategy, and let's find out if your strategy is better than the other ones. Okay, so let's come to a conclusion. We have seen the main purpose of micro frontends is not technology. It is not about frameworks. It is not about being one of the cool people. It is just about scaling teams. This is why we invented this very concept. And that means you need more than one team to benefit from it. We have also seen that federation, module federation, is about importing stuff from another application, importing something that has been separately compiled. This is also about sharing libraries. It's a beautiful feature. Module federation allows you to share libraries between the host and your remotes. And please take care of conflicts. This is something I think we cannot easily take care of with technical means. You have to take care of this by yourself by introducing some conventions and some best practices. And there is one last thing. Please think about this. Namely, please try to be a bit like Murray. Murray was the computer scientist in this Riptide team, because Murray is one who does not hit, who does not strike. He always thinks. He was not one of the guys using his fists. He was the guy using his brain. What do I mean with that? I mean with that, please first of all evaluate if you need micro frontends. And if you say, no, I don't need it, then go with a monolith. Some people are calling it a majestic monolith. If it is a monolith which is done very nicely, you can use something like NX for this. And if you say, yes, we need this because we are a huge company, we have several teams with different knowledge, then please consider module federation. I think it will really be a game changer for this kind of architectures. So thanks for having me. Here you have my contact data. You find all my material, my slides, my example in my blog. And if you want, follow me on Twitter so that we can keep a bit in contact. Thanks for having me and have a nice day.
Thank you, Manfred. Thank you very much for such a great presentation. All I saw in the comments were people praising your content, the quality of your presentation. So thank you very much for preparing all of this. One of the common questions was, where can people get the code of what you showed? Is there a repository? Can you put it on your Twitter later on so people can get it?
Yeah, I will for sure tweet about it. And it can already now be found in my blog on Angular Architects.
Super, super. Thank you very much, Manfred. I appreciate it.
I thank you.
All right. So moving on, we're a little bit behind schedule, but I think that's fine because everyone is having a good time, and we want to enjoy this. So it's all right. It's all right. We're gonna get there. So our next speaker is coming, or it's connected from the USA, and his name is Aaron Frost. He's an Angular Google developer expert, consultant, and Angular architect for companies across the globe. You probably know him from ngConf, perhaps the greatest and the best or biggest Angular conference in the world. He's done tremendous job for communities all over, and I'm fan of him in a way. And he is also the CEO of Hero Depths, a boutique, a premier Angular boutique. Aaron, how are you doing today?
Good. How you doing, Juan?
Amazing, amazing. Really
Good.
happy to have you here. So please, everyone, welcome Aaron to the stage.
Thank you. It's a little tough to follow Manfred because he's such a great speaker, but I will do my best. I'll also try and go quick because I realize we're behind schedule, but I do have a bit to cover. So anyway, we're going to talk about Angular plus Scala equals Jamstack. We're going to talk about Jamstack and Angular today. It's something that hasn't been possible for a long time, but as of several months ago, Angular developers could also do Jamstack apps as well, and we're going to talk about it. So what is the Jamstack? A lot of us, if I said, hey, turn to the person next to you and explain what it is, many of us couldn't explain what the Jamstack is, and I think that's a huge problem because the benefits of it are massive, and if we don't know exactly what it is, then it's hard to understand why we need to embrace it. So let me get into one of the benefits is it's trying to pre-render, like just kind of like a short version. It wants to pre-render and cache all the views in your app. It wants to cache as many of your API calls as it possibly can, and then the real big importance is do not serve any of those things that we already said from your own server. Get it out on a CDN because that is how you get the most performance out of your app. So that's like a short way of describing what the Jamstack is. And I'm going to say this, no amount of optimization that you can put in your front-end app can provide as much increase in performance for your end users as the Jamstack will. And that's just having not understood what the Jamstack was to understanding it and then implementing it in production. I can tell you, there's no amount of 4, 5, 6 months you could do to optimize your front-end code that will provide as much optimization or perceived performance improvement for your end users as will converting your app into a Jamstack app. So now that we've kind of talked about what Jamstack is, let's talk about what Scully is. So Scully is how you add Jamstack to your Angular apps. It's a static site generator, or it's a Jamstack tool chain is another way to consider it. So the goals of Scully are to provide all of the Jamstack goals, but to do it for 100% of Angular projects, okay? And another goal is to require little to no effort to integrate it. Like, you don't have to modify your Angular code because it's just Angular, and Scully kind of sits on the outside. So you don't need to modify your whole app to integrate with Scully. Your whole app can just exist, and Scully can kind of wrap it up. Another goal is to support Markdown so people could do blogs and documentation, and then to have a really healthy plugin and ecosystem. Plugin system and plugin ecosystem so that people can author and assist Scully, but as well use other plugins that people have authored to assist Scully as well. So that's the goal of the Scully project. And I want to just kind of have this side by side right here. So this is the same site in production, 1-800 contacts. We worked, the Scully team worked with 1-800 contacts, and on the right we have the app. It's going to start over here in a second. When it goes to white, that's when it's starting over. So on the right, we have the app running with Scully. And on the left, we have the app running without Scully. And so you can see that to get that first meaningful paint is about an 8-second difference between Scully and the same exact code base without Scully. In fact, these are both running in production. I just turned the cookie that says, hey, you get the Scully experience or not Scully. I just flipped that. And so it's about an 8 to 8.5 second difference if you're on fast3G. So for most mobile users, this is what they'll be experiencing. And so as soon as you tell it to load, it loads almost immediately with Scully turned on. Okay, the whole site loads. All these buttons that you see, the sign-in button, any of these, these vendor labels, the provider names. Most of these call to actions are all clickable and they all work and you can interact with them. And so you get that kind of interaction. Users could scroll down on the page, and all that kind of interaction is ready significantly faster with Scully than it would be just with Angular. And to get this performance increase, it actually required almost no code changes for this client, okay, for this user, for the 100 contacts team. So this was a massive, massive increase for them. And it dramatically increased the conversion of their users. So they saw massive conversion spikes after implementing Scully, and it required almost no effort from them. So it's been a fantastic win for them. So I kind of want to go in and we're going to do a demo. We're going to add Scully to an existing Angular project, and I'm going to kind of say, hey, here's how you add it, and we're going to go through the config file. Then we'll pre-render an app with it, and then we'll kind of poke around, like look at it, and then we'll add a plugin, and we'll cache some API calls. So we've got about 15 minutes to do all that. So I'm just gonna kind of head over there. So this is an Angular project. It's very simple. If we come over here and we look at it, it's just this donut store. So it's an Angular plus Scully donut store. And the homepage has a list of donuts. And if I click on one, it takes me to the detail page where I can get some nutritional facts about them. And I can go back to see all the donuts. Besides those, so each of these donuts has its own ID. If you look up here in the URL, each one has its own ID. And so if you sit back and you look at these routes, there's only one other route, which is the about route. Okay, so we go to about, just kind of talk about, hey, why did we do the donut store? It's Angular. It needed to have some routes with some params, which is that donut ID. And because it's making calls to an API, we can cache those, and then we can also add blog support. So this is why we did this donut app. Anyway, so we're going to add Scully to this app so that we can kind of see it pre-rendered. And one last thing before we kind of go into the code, I want to show you something. If I go into this command panel inside the DevTools, and if I disable JavaScript, right now, you guys will all realize if I refresh this, I should be dead. Like, yeah, the app doesn't run. Without JavaScript, Angular apps, don't really work. So I'm going to re-enable JavaScript so that we can get this app running. Okay, so here's our app is back. Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and we're going to add Scully to this project. So let's come back to the code base. And to add Scully, we're actually to add it, you just say ng add Scully io-init, and that takes care of downloading the Scully files, and then also it runs a schematic which helps set up your project for use with Scully. It makes only a few file modifications, and it does it for you, so there's not a lot for you to do. And when you're done, it spits out this Scully config, and in our Scully config, there's not a lot. It's telling us, hey, our main project is called Donut Store. It lives in the source folder, and when you build it, I want you to put it into the Donut Store static dist/Donut Store static directory. That's all that this is telling us, okay? And I already did a build, so let me go ahead and delete this. I didn't want to install it online just because you never know what's going to happen on presentations, right? Okay, so it's already been installed, and since I've installed it, that's all I really need to do to kind of pre-render the app for the first time. So at this point, I can say npm run Scully, and then I'm also going to serve it afterwards, npm run Scully serve. And this will go ahead and it will build it, and then it's going to serve those static files on a local server, a lot like ngserve does, okay? So it's serving the ng build output, and then it's also serving the Scully output right here. But I want to scroll up and kind of show you what happened in this Scully build. So it's telling us, hey, this is kind of where it started. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and import your Angular build. I did a build before I started this presentation too. It's just an ng build. I didn't do production mode. I just did ng build. It says, hey, I'm going to import that build output, and then I'm going to start the Scully servers. And then it says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to discover all your routes, right? And as it went through and it discovered all my routes, it said, hey, I found this route, and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what the donut IDs are that go in that spot. So in a second, we'll go through and we'll solve for that. I'll show you how to add a plugin so that it can get those donut IDs, right? And then it went ahead and it found, it said, hey, I found your about route, and I rendered it to the about index.html. And I found your home route, and I rendered it to the index.html. And if we come up here and we look in that donut static, if we go to about, this is our about route. And if we look for that app root, we have our app root, but normally the app root is empty. But this app is very much not empty. It's actually got quite a bit of stuff in here, including you can see those pre-rendered bullet points that I wrote in Angular kind of templated out here. So this is a static HTML file that is pre-rendered using Scully, but it was rendered with Angular, all right? And when I serve this, what's going to happen is you're going to immediately see this pre-rendered HTML, okay? But then at the very bottom, we have all of our same Angular files, and they're going to download, and then the Angular app is going to turn on top of this. So it's going to be a static page for a second, and then the JavaScript will load on top of it. So at that point, it will just be your Angular app from then on out. So let's go ahead and serve this up and check it out. So if I go to the bottom, I can click on this this localhost. So this, if you look at this, this looks a lot like this ngserve. In fact, if I open up the DevTools, they'll look like the exact same app, okay? So they look identical. I can scroll down on it. If I click on one of these, it'll go to the details page. I can get the nutritional facts. It opens those up. This is very much just like our Angular app. But if I open up that command panel with DevTools, and I say disable JavaScript, and now I do a refresh, this app still rendered, okay? So here, I'll do that refresh again. So this app, this is a fully functioning app. If I click on one of these details, it's dead because it didn't pre-render that details page. But this page pre-rendered, and it also said it found our about page. It also pre-rendered. So both of those work, and both of those work with JavaScript disabled. Okay. So now if I come back over here and I re-enable JavaScript, and we come back, we'll see that if I click on this, it's now just my Angular app. Okay, so it was initially extremely fast because it downloaded, all I had to download was that HTML to run. And then it downloaded the JavaScript in the background and the app still ran. Okay, so just to kind of drive home the point, on this local host, if I turn it on to slow 3G and do a refresh, it's going to take, I don't know, 10, maybe 15 seconds to load my local host version of the app, right? In fact, I'm just going to kind of walk away because it's been so slow. And on this Scully version, if I do the exact same thing and I say, hey, go ahead and do slow 3G, and we do, let's go back to the home page, and we do a full refresh. So when it went to localhost, it actually came back with a fully pre-rendered HTML page. You can kind of see that. So the page appeared immediately. I didn't have that big white canvas for forever, and the images started to load. And if I come back out of here, eventually the JavaScript all loaded as well, and this will turn into an Angular app. Okay, but I just want to point out, like, this one renders. If I do a refresh, it renders immediately, like it shows up like instantaneously. Whereas this one, it's still actually not loaded, right? So like, this is a pretty poor experience. So I'm just kind of trying to drive home the point of how fast Scully can be for your users. So let's go ahead and refresh, turn this back on to online, and we'll do a refresh. All right. So I'm doing okay on time. I have got like 7 more minutes. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to pre-render this this details page because it didn't know how to do that. If we come back to the build, remember it said, hey, I'm going to skip this route because I don't know how to solve for those donut IDs. So this is a plugin system, okay? And if you've heard of plugins before, they're very simple to write. And in fact, Scully comes with some already built in, okay? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to add a configuration for this donut ID route. So we're just going to copy that route, okay? Then we'll say, hey, for that route, we want to use the JSON plugin. Okay, so we'll say JSON. So we're just going to go get some JSON from an API. And then I'm going to say, hey, use the URL of http local.donuts.api 3000. Okay. And then for the donut ID, because I have to use the same key that's up here. I'll say for the donut ID, I want you to take out the property from each of the things you get back from that JSON. I want you to take out the property ID. Okay. At this point, we're going to rerun our build. This time, it's going to render quite a few more pages. Hold on. It died for me. Let's go up and see what it said. Cannot fetch data for route. Donuts, donut ID. Is it donut API? Oh, I spelled donuts wrong. Actually, go see where it's getting this from. Sorry, I forgot the name of my API. Local.donuts. Yeah, sorry, I spelled donuts wrong. Okay. So let's go back to our code. I fixed that. Let's rerun again. Oh yeah, sorry. I'm using the wrong API. Donuts. Yeah, okay, so we're going to use the donuts API. Now let's run it again. I apologize for having these bumps in my presentation. Okay. I'm going to add a flag. Scan routes. Why are you not working? Sorry, let me make sure that it sees this API. Okay, so it has the API. Give me 1 second. I'm going to, I've got this configured. Oh yeah, sorry. I gotta put this in here somewhere. Sorry guys. Sorry everybody. I put that in the wrong spot. Okay, now let's run it. All right, so now it's going to render a lot more than just the home page. It's actually taking some time to re-render every donut details page for the entire app. So now, if we come over to our donut static directory, we have this donuts folder, and there's quite a few. Let's go ahead and delete that one. That was just a result. So we have all these donuts that were from the home page, and if we look at them, they're all pre-rendered. If we scroll to the bottom, you can see, yep, there's quite a bit of information in here about the donut itself, including its title. So we've pre-rendered everything. So now let's go ahead and serve it. So if we say npm run Scully serve, this will go ahead and serve our static files again. So we can click on there. So now we're on our, we're back on our static app, and we can disable JavaScript. And now the whole site will work without JavaScript enabled. Okay, users can click pretty much everywhere. Everything will work. No JavaScript enabled. Or they can just leave it enabled, and it can just be an Angular app. Okay, so we can have pieces of the page that are dynamic running with Angular, as well as a lot of pieces that are static that were pre-rendered with Scully. So let's go ahead and enable JavaScript again, just so we don't get any weird results. All right, I'm going to go to refresh this. One thing I want to do, though, if we come back to this homepage, if you notice, I'm calling my Donuts API, and I'm calling it from an API. I would like to cache that, and as one of the speed and performances that comes with Scully, I want to cache some API calls. So I'm going to show everybody how simple it can be to use Scully to cache API calls. The call to get these donuts, I don't want to make that in production. I want to make that call for these donuts at build time, and then I want to deploy that donut API call with my app. So let's go ahead and implement that in our code. Okay. So if I open up the donut.component, okay, and you can see here we've got a couple things already in our constructor. We're going to add one more thing in constructor. So we're going to say private transfer state, and this is going to be the transfer state service from Scully. Okay, so we brought in the transfer state service, and right now we're getting the donuts by taking the params, getting the donut ID out of the param, and then doing an HTTP call. So we're going to change this slightly. We're going to say, hey, this.transferState.use Scully transfer state. We're going to say we want you to store the donuts. We're going to call that. We're going to cache this into a static cache. We're going to use the key donuts. And we're going to say, hey, if the donuts were in the cache, then make this call. Okay. So now we've got our donuts kind of described differently. We're using the Scully transfer state. So now I'm going to do an ng build. Okay. Oh, I already am doing a build. Perfect. My build watched. So now I can just redo a Scully build. Sorry. Let's do a build and serve. Okay. So now we're going to tell Scully to regenerate the website with that call cached. All right. And it's going to cache that call when it generates the indexation on the homepage. And now when we serve this over here, if I do a refresh, it didn't cache the call. Why not? Did I not save this file? Let's do build watch again. All right, I'm going to go ahead and delete this. And I'm going to now rerun this to Scully. Give this a second. Go ahead. Okay, we're built. Let's go over here. check it out. Refresh. We'll look for the API calls. Still making the API call. All right. I don't know why it's making the API call. It's not supposed to. So I wish I was out of time. So I'm out of time. So I wish I could debug this. But using this, I think I just have some build configuration going on my machine that's kind of messed up. But caching your data is as simple as this. It's as simple as making these calls to get the data out of there. So, oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong component. Okay, sorry. If we come over here, what I did was I cached this page's call. So this page right here is cached. So if I refresh this page, you'll notice it has the data, but it didn't actually go to the API. So I'm sorry, that was my bug. I just implemented it on the wrong component. So this page now makes no calls in production. The data is cached. If I go back to all the donuts, it makes the call to the donut API. But if I go to this one, it also didn't make a call to the API to get that data because it cached that call as well. So it cached all my data. So now my server doesn't have to be accessible to the users in production as either, at least for these calls, because they're all cached as part of the pre-rendering build. So yeah. So there's a lot more to know about Scully. And if you head over to the docs, scully.io, there's some tutorials on there. There's also a lot of information about the APIs and the different configurations and how to build plugins. And there's a lot more information over there for if you want to get in touch with the Scully team, you can learn about our weekly office hours and you can join those. You can also reach out to me on Twitter/Aaron Frost, and then my slides are up on m.hero.dev/VikingsJamstack if you want to check out these slides. So yeah, thanks.
Aaron, thank you very much for this nice talk. Actually, a lot of people in the comments were actively asking questions because they seem to like your content very much. So that's a great job for you already.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So later on, I will see you in the panel. Actually, there are lots of questions for you, so get ready for it. It's going to be really exciting.
Perfect.
All right. Okay, so we're reaching the last part of the conference with our very last speaker. But for now, we want to tell you that we are very happy that you remain tuning in, connected with us, people perhaps in different time zones. So that's really exciting for us already. We're still 625 people watching right now, and that really fills us with a lot of positive energy. And for our next speaker, last but not least, is Stephen Fluen from the USA. He's a developer advocate for Angular at Google, has over 18 years of experience in the software development industry, and he loves wearables and the IoT. If you never heard of Stephen Fluen, but you like Angular, you should make sure to follow him. He's a very cool guy. He's actually the one that interviewed me for being a Google developer expert. And yeah, that was cool. Remember, Stephen?
I do remember. It was a good day.
Yeah. You were reluctant, but I made it. I'm kidding. Absolutely, Stephen. We're super happy to have you here. So please, everyone, round of applause for Stephen Fluen.
Woohoo! Awesome.
Yay.
Thank you so much for having me. And I will say I'm really, really excited to be a part of ngVikings this year, just because if you look at the last two speakers right before me, we had Manfred Steyer and we had Aaron Frost, which are, in my mind, two of the amazing, many, many leaders out there that are trying to push the limits of what you can do with Angular, push the limits of what you can do with web technologies. And they're doing it in a way that is really exciting and listening to the community and listening to the needs of what people are trying to build. So that's just so cool to be part of this community. And so today what I'm talking about is debugging the performance of 4,860 Angular applications. Now, that number is a little bit generic, but I'll explain what I mean by that in a little bit. So if you don't know me, my name is Stephen Fluen, and I lead developer relations on the Angular team. So my job on the team is really twofold. First, it's to help developers be successful with Angular. So helping them, giving talks like this, working with our GDEs, all those sorts of things to make sure that we're doing everything we can do to make you successful. But then also it's about listening for us, about being part of the community and making sure that we understand what it's like sitting on the other side of the screen, so that as you're building Angular applications, as you're learning and growing, we're reflecting those needs onto the team and making Angular better and better and better. So today's talk, I'm going to break it down into 3 parts. So I talked about this huge number of applications, and the number of applications goes up every day because every day I look at more Angular apps. But first, we're going to talk about some of the data I've collected. Second, we're going to talk through some of the worst practices I've seen across the ecosystem. And then we're going to make some recommendations and actually celebrate some of the good things that developers are out there doing. So let's get started here. So the data. I talk to a lot of Angular developers. This is a big part of my job, and so I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of meetings every year with different enterprises, with different businesses, different startups, all these sorts of things. And so I see a lot of Angular apps. And one of the most common things I'll say is, hey, can I see your app? Like, let's pull up the source code. Let's actually dive in and try and understand, what are you doing? What are the things you're struggling with? And so I want to try and act as a mirror and reflect some of the things that we're seeing back onto you so that you can make sure that you're building the best Angular apps possible, which is the main goal of this talk. And there's really 2 ways that I collect data. One is in depth. So this is when we're going very, very deep into an application and actually looking at a single instantiation of something someone's trying to do. But I also try and balance that with a lot of breadth data. So understanding what's happening across the ecosystem, not just what's happening in one or a developer or someone that I'm meeting with, but what's happening across the entire ecosystem, across the entire industry. So depth really comes primarily from conversations and then pulling up code, right? This is one of the things that is kind of required for a job like mine, is you have to be able to get into the code, get in deep, understand what's going on, understand all these different contexts, all these different ways that people build applications, and go from there. So that's where the depth comes from. One of the things to know is that, and this is anecdata, this is not real data for this slide, but we find that about 90% of Angular apps are private. And what that means is they're behind a firewall. They're being built in some sort of context that is not shared with the world. And so there's no actual way for us to see them at scale, where there's no way for us to see the breadth of these applications. And so the only way to get data on these private applications is to have conversations. And so we know that most Angular applications are actually behind the firewall. They're building for employees, partners, all those sorts of people. And then only a small fraction are for public applications. So this is just based on conversations we've had. This is what we believe. And so these conversations often go, hey, show me your website. I'm going to pull up the network tab first, right? I'm going to be looking at what is the code that's loading? When is it loading it? How big is it? How long does it take? All those sorts of things. And then the second step that we always do is we pop over to a source map explorer. So this is a way that you can actually dive in and see not just what code you're shipping down to the browser, but where does that code come from? Why is that code being included in your bundle? And this is really the top principle to consider and understand. Excuse me. This is the top principle to consider and understand when you're debugging any sort of performance for any sort of Angular application. Because most of the time when we talk about performance in the context of Angular, what we're talking about is startup performance. Angular has very, very good runtime performance characteristics, where if you're changing a list of 1,000 items, it's going to work very well. It's going to go very fast. But the thing that most developers care about is how quickly can I get some content to the screen so that the user can start interacting with my page. When it comes to breadth, there's a couple ways that I try and collect this data. Obviously, we have a lot of tools as the Angular team. So we do a yearly survey to try and collect developer happiness. But that doesn't really give us a ton of insight into the apps that people are building. And so what I've done is I built a couple things. So I built a Chrome extension and a custom tool to try and help me understand what is the breadth of what's happening out there in the real world. The first thing that I built is a Chrome extension. If you search for Stephen Fluen in the Chrome Web Store, you're going to see this Angular inspector. Basically, what it does is it detects certain different frameworks like AngularJS, Angular, Apache servers. It just looks at the server headers. It looks at the HTML on the page. It can execute some JavaScript, just basically saying what is executing in order to make this page what it is. And one of the options, if you right click on the extension and say options, is you can opt in to submit anonymous data. So it just says, hey, on this date, I saw this domain and it was running this version of Angular. So that's one of the sources of data that I get. And the other one is a bunch of custom tooling that I've built, where basically I use Chrome headless under the hood, and I load a page that's maybe loading Angular, maybe not loading Angular, and I scan it. So I do the same sort of things that I was doing in the Chrome extension, where we look at the JavaScript that was loaded, so we can actually do string parsing and say, hey, did platform browser dynamic ever get referenced in the production JavaScript? I look at the rendered DOM tree, so I can look for things like ng version or Scully dash version. And then I can also evaluate runtime expressions. So I can check and see what things are people hanging on the window object, for example. And so I have run this tool on thousands and thousands of Angular applications at this point. And so I'm starting to build a higher level understanding of what's going on across the ecosystem, because there's a lot of really cool things you can do when you have this kind of custom tooling and say, hey, let's now start looking for forms module or reactive forms module and see how people are using these different libraries. So whenever I do this, I get out a little report. So when I ran it on Fluent.io, I can see it's using the compiler. It, at the time, was using version 900 RC4. I've got largest contentful paint. I've got the URL it actually ended up resolving to after redirects, etc. I'm using things like AngularFire. I'm compressing the content that I send down to the user. And this specific page at this time was also being server-side rendered, so it had universal. So we could see that this static HTML was coming down to the browser. So I will say, even though I've scanned thousands and thousands of applications, I don't have enough data. There are many, many more applications out there that I am not aware of, that the Angular team is not aware of. And so I will put this a little bit out to you, where if you want to share sites and be kind of counted from the perspective of understanding what sites are using what capabilities of Angular, what sites have these performance characteristics, we want to hear about it. So you can either always send me a site, I'd love to take a look at it, or I built this really tiny, terrible app called bundlesize.dev, which is basically just a text box, and you enter the URL of your app and you hit scan site and you'll get back a bundle size report. And so we'll take a look at this and we'll see what that actually looks like. But if you enter a site here, basically I save that site and then I scan it every now and then for what version of Angular you're using and things like that. So across the scanning of the 4,000 plus Angular apps, I have seen some very, very terrible practices being performed by web developers. And so these are the types of things that make my son very, very sad when he sees it, because user experience really, really matters, right? When we think about Angular, it's apps that users love to use, apps that developers love to build, in a community where everyone feels welcome. And if we're forgetting our users, Daniel just really gets upset. Sorry about that. So here is a terrifying number. So across the 4,000 plus apps that I have scanned, the average Angular app requires about 4 megabytes of JavaScript. So that is too much. That takes too long on mobile devices. That takes too long in disconnected scenarios, in places of the world where they don't have great internet coverage. That is much, much too big. But at the same time, acknowledging that that's what that is means that we can think about it and we can say, what do we need to do systemically to try and make this better? And just for your background, for your reference, the average non-Angular app that I've scanned is 5% bigger than that. So on average, Angular apps are bigger than non-Angular apps based on the sample size that I've scanned. So it's really a bad state of the world when our average JavaScript app is 4 megabytes for users. So that's something that we all need to do better. And that's part of why I give talks like this, is to try and drive good user experiences. There was one case where I was working with a team and they had a 15 megabyte bundle. Obviously, that's much bigger than 4 megabytes. And I will generally say that is too big. But it was a really great example of how easy it is to accidentally end up bloating your bundle size too far. And so what this team had done was they wanted to use SVGs, which seems like a really good idea, right? But they were putting SVGs in their CSS scoped to their components. And so what that ended up meaning was that SVGs were being encoded as CSS that had to be parsed, and that CSS had to be parsed as part of JavaScript, and that JavaScript all had to be executed in order to even have the SVGs in memory, even when they weren't being used. And so that was a really great example of like this chain of events that unintentionally led to this giant bundle. And we removed the SVGs and we got their bundle down by 13 megabytes. So it was actually a really easy fix in that case. But if we're not watching and we're not looking at these things, we're never going to find those things. The other really, really common thing that I see is moment locales. So I hate to pick on moment, but there are many, many examples where teams are unintentionally pulling in moment and then they're pulling in locales that they don't need. Or something that I've seen more often than I like is that people pull in the same locales multiple times through multiple imports across their application. So definitely be careful with your imports. And moment is just one example, right? You need to be careful anytime you're adding a dependency because you might be holding it wrong. One of the things that the Angular team is looking at right now is, for example, if you're using a CommonJS package dependency, we actually can't tree shake those very well, right? The Webpack configuration that we use isn't really able to leverage it. So we would rather people be using things like ES modules, because then we can actually do the appropriate bundling, do the appropriate tree shaking to give users the best performance without them having to think about it. But if a library is packaged in the wrong way, there's not a ton we can do about that. Another example that I see, and this really ends up happening a lot with large companies where they want to be doing all sorts of tracking. They want to be doing all sorts of understanding of the user, like understanding every click, every time they hover, every scroll event. and then they want to have some sort of live person pop up, and they want to have marketing and ads and all of that. And all of that ends up adding to the bundle size. And so most of these applications that I see out in the world that are 4 megabytes plus, it's not even the application's fault. It's all of the extra marketing things that they're doing. And so you always want to question, what is the benefit of the marketing that I'm doing? What's the benefit of the research and the analytics that I'm doing relative to the cost that I'm making to my users, right? The goal of these things are generally to try and make better user experiences. But if we're making our users suffer along the way, maybe that's not the right choice. One of the things that I see is that 13% of apps are still not using content compression. So we have 2 really good content compressions, right? We have gzip, we have Brotli, and they are almost universally supported across all the tooling, whether you're using .NET, whether you're using Firebase, any sort of CDN, Netlify, they're supported across Node. You just have to make sure they're turned on. And so 13% of apps out there are not using content compression. And this ends up being a really, really big deal because Angular apps generally compress pretty well. So I took a sample Angular app that was 352 kilobytes, it gzipped down to 101. I took my admin module, which had more of the editing features and authentication and things like that, of 379K, gzipped down to 97 and so on. And so if you look at these numbers, what you're going to realize is that your site is going to be 70% faster out of the box with compression, right? If you are network bound, you are just making your user pay triple the cost for the same site, which is not something you want to be doing to your users. Another of the recommendations we have based on what we see is that use CDNs. Right? They do a lot of this work for you. If you use some sort of modern hosting provider and you're not trying to roll everything yourself, you're going to get content compression out of the box. You're going to get HTTPS, where we still see about 3% of apps not using it, despite the kind of pushes across the board to make getting certificates, managing certificates easier, as well as pushing, for example, domain names and top-level domains that require HTTPS. Also, CDNs give you things like edge caching. So even if you have a large application, if it can be delivered to your user from closer to their geographic range, that's going to be faster. And there's newer, faster protocols like HTTP2 that can pipeline and stream down files a little bit faster with reduced overhead. So all of these things just come out of the box with modern hosting. So definitely take a look at using a CDN if you're not using one today. So I want to dive into the third part of this, where we're going to get into best practices and recommendations, and then we're actually going to do some live coding. We're going to take a look at some real applications. So these are the things that makes Daniel really happy, right? He loves small, fast user experiences. Recommendation number 1, stay up to date. So as you see here, this is like 4,900 applications. Most apps are on version 8, and version 9 is very, very close to surpassing that already, even though version 9 has only been out since February. So this is really, really good to see. Staying up to date will make your apps better. Every release, we make apps smaller without users having to do much. And that is a goal that we've held for ourselves for a long time. And it's something that we want to be doing more and more of every release, right? We are going to make Angular smaller and make your apps faster as long as you stay up to date. And we make it really easy to do so with ngUpdate. And we'll take a look at that. ngUpdate is really designed to keep your application as up to date as possible, even when we have to make breaking changes to the platform. And so this is a thing that we have to do at Google. So anytime we want to push a breaking change to Angular at Google, we have to go and update the thousands of applications that rely on us. And so what we've done is we've taken that tooling and we've externalized it so that when you update a major version of Angular, your app is going to stay up to date. It's going to automatically get tweaked and fixed so that your app just keeps working. This is the only way we could scale our work at Google. And so we do the same thing for the world. And we want you to do the same thing for the world with schematics. So if you're not offering schematics and you're building a component library or some sort of tool, you should start thinking about offering schematics so that when you need to make a change, you don't make your users pay for it in terms of time and energy. You can actually take care of that for them and take on that responsibility. Lazy loading. We talk a lot about lazy loading. This is not a new topic, but it is one that always deserves a reminder because with lazy loading, we have really, really good support in our router. So if you use the router, you should be using load children all over the place. And because lazy loading means that you can only pay for what you use. And then you can intelligently decide, when do I want to go preload? When do I want to use heuristics to load those modules? Or do I just want to give them to the user on demand, where it's still going to be a much faster experience than if you had to go all the way back to the server for every page generation. So use lazy loading everywhere, basically. Measuring. So one of the things that we see is that every Angular application, the moment someone starts measuring it, starts getting smaller because they look at it and they say, hey, that's too big. I don't need that. And so we recommend this tool, Source Map Explorer. It's the kind of the best tool that's out there right now. There's a lot of other tools like Webpack Bundle Analyzer that we don't recommend because they can categorically miss some types or fail to classify some of our source maps. And so use Source Map Explorer. It's really easy to install. You globally add it or look at it locally to your project, do a build with -- source map, and we'll take a look at this in a couple ways, and then run Source Map Explorer on your main or on any of your other bundles, and it will tell you exactly what you need to do. So we're going to do a real world demo. So we're going to take a application. So this was an application I didn't want to be too canned and pre-thought through. And so what I did is I have cloned, just close this for a second. I have cloned the Angular real world example. So this is a repo that's out there. It is a little bit out of date. We'll see if we run ng version, we're going to see that we're on version 7.3.1, which is a little bit too old. And I've already run an ng build -- prod and I've created this dist folder. And so you can see we've got polyfills, you've got runtime, you've got a main bundle, all these sorts of things that you'd expect to see. So what I want to do first is I want to ng update at Angular/CLI at Angular/core. Because as I said, if you update your Angular application to keep it as up to date as possible, it's going to make your application smaller without you having to do anything. And this is kind of magic when it works. And if you have a dependency out of date, you can try a -- force flag. -- force flag is basically ignore the mismatches. On here, Codealizer is still going to probably work with the latest version. What we can see is if we take a look at the source code, this is a full Angular application with lots of features. They're doing lazy loading. They're doing a lot of things right here. And one of the things we can do is, as part of this update, as soon as it finishes installing, is it should actually be doing all of the migration. So it's going to make the changes to my application to make sure that the version that it exists on disk is going to work with the latest version of Angular. And this is kind of a magical thing. So you're going to see executing migrations. And so it's creating this file, for example, called browser list. And so this is one of the ways that we do in version 8. I think we introduced differential loading. So we shipped down a smaller ES 2015 bundle. And one of the things I'm going to do here just for our demo purposes is I'm going to say, let's not even generate the ES5 bundle. Let's say we're just going to target modern browsers with more than 5% market share. So that will be done. And as soon as this finishes up, what we're going to do is we're going to run another production build, and we'll actually compare the file size. And that worked. So I'm going to make one last change here. So in our Angular JSON, in the production configuration, I'm going to say source map true, because we always want source maps, and name chunks true, because I don't think that's really a security concern. What it does is it gives us names for all these chunks so we can actually compare them and look at them over time. So let's do this ng build --prod again. So this will take a little while because it's going to need to do all of the compatibility compilation for Ivy. But as soon as that's done, we'll take a look and compare and contrast the bundle size. And we'll take a look at some of the reasons that this bundle size might be bigger than we might hope for. All right, so let's leave that in the background while it's compiling. The next thing I want to talk about is server-side rendering, because last year, basically no one was doing server-side rendering in the Angular ecosystem. So among the sites that we were scanning, it was something like 2 or 3% of sites were doing any sort of server-side rendering. Based on the sites that we're scanning right now, it's more than 25%. So server-side rendering has taken a huge step up in the world in terms of delivering high-quality, machine-crawlable applications. So there's really 2 reasons you should consider server-side rendering. Number one, as I mentioned, machine crawlability, right? If you are targeting a search engine that doesn't support JavaScript, this is really, really important. If you're targeting shareability, you want to be able to share your links on Facebook or Twitter or whatever social platform. They don't have JavaScript capabilities, right? They need to load the page as straight HTML, do some simple parsing, and then fetch out the image based on those tags that you're giving. So if you want social sharing, you should probably think about server-side rendering your application. And then there's also a perceived and performance benefit. And I know Aaron talked a lot about this in his last talk, but by sending down the HTML pre-rendered, the client side doesn't have to bootstrap for the user to feel like the page is done, even if it's not, even if you're doing a client-side bootstrap, which you can optionally do. Another technology you should be thinking about is budgets. So every time you build a new Angular application, we're going to be putting budgets in for you by default. So we warn at 2 megabytes and we error at 5 megabytes, but you should probably tone these back, right? As we saw, Angular apps are too big. So maybe consider a 1 megabyte warning and a 2 megabyte error. So we can get away from having these 4 megabyte applications for an initial bundle. We also can warn, by default, we warn on the component style size. You can tweak that to your heart's delight. We generally want to warn people and push people into having very, very small component styles. All right, I think our build should be finished here. So what we can see is if we look at our dist folders and we compare our old main file. Actually, let's zoom out just a tiny bit so this is easier to do. Oh, I I made a boo-boo and I didn't save the old dist folder. So we're just gonna have to compare. So we had an old main file of 385 KB. And now just by staying up to date, as you notice, we didn't need to make any code changes. We're now down to 341. And you can see that all the lazy loaded bundles shrunk as well. So the last thing I want to do is I want to npx, I'll just use the global version to save us an npm install. I'm going to use Source Map Explorer on dist/main ES 2015. And what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to take a look at the bundle. And we're going to see, okay, so there's a bunch of stuff coming in from Angular because we're using a lot of the features like router, the core, we're using platform browser, we're using HTTP, we're using RxJS. And then if you click down here on app, you're actually going to see all the parts of your application, see how the code that you're writing is actually contributing to the bundle size. But one thing that's a little bit weird about the real world Angular app is it doesn't really use forms on the homepage. And so if I was debugging this application, I would want to go in and figure out, okay, why are we pulling in forms? And if you take a look at the source code, what you'll find is that in the app module, they're pulling in this shared module, which pulls in the forms module. So this is an example of where you've now made forms required for your user to load your homepage, even though it's conferring no benefit to that user. And so if I was working with this, the authors of this app, what I would say is, hey, maybe you should actually have your login and registration features, which actually require this forms module, in another lazy loaded route, right? They do a lot of lazy loading here, but there's always opportunity for more, right? Because they've got a settings profile editor article. So all these are great lazy loaded modules. But for example, authentication is not a lazy loaded module. So consider making that a lazy loaded module as well. So you can really just pull in less. There's always opportunities to be pulling less because unless your code coverage is at 100%, where the browser needs 100% of the code to execute in order to render your screen, there's probably something you could leave out, something that you could lazy load. All right, back to our slides here. All right. There is also an initiative coming from the Chrome team called Web Vitals. And so this is trying to push simpler metrics in order to communicate the size and quality of a web application based on performance. So Web Vitals is based on three things: largest contentful paint. So that is, what is the biggest paint that we do and when does it happen? Cumulative layout shift. So every time the layout shifts, how much does it change? So we minimize that. And then first input delay, which actually requires a human to click, and then we measure how long that click has to wait in order to actually execute. So I'm going to do one final demo here to kind of show off some of the ways that you should be debugging your Angular applications and looking at performance. And so we are going to do some lazy loading and app setup. We're going to use Source Map Explorer, and we're going to reconfigure Angular JSON as we saw before. And then we're going to take a look at source maps, and we're going to check the network tab. So these are all things that you should be doing in basically every Angular application that you do. All right, and I think I'm a little bit over time. Please yell at me in the speaker chat if I need to shut up. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at this Scully test application. So if we ng-serve this, it should be just a regular Angular application with just the kind of hello world code. So if we look at the source app, we're going to see a standard app component. And what we can do is we can delete this. Now, I've run two commands even before getting here. I ran a generation code, which is really, really simple. It's you basically just say ng generate module -- module app.module -route. We'll call it Viking, and we'll call it our Vikings module. What this does, oops. Or -- sorry. Helps if you type things correctly. All right, so what we've done is, this is a really cool command that I recommend everyone try. It generates a module and registers a component in that module, and links it from our routing config. So if we take a look at the source code, we can actually see in our app module here, our app routing module, and we'll reformat this. It has created a Viking module, right? It just got added to our application. And we can do the same thing. I think so we've added a Viking module, and that worked great. And now what we can do is we can do an ng build. And before we do that, I want to modify my Angular JSON, as we talked about. So we're going to source map true. We're going to name chunks true. That should give us a source map explorable version of this application. And I think I'm out of time actually. So I'm going to skip one part of the demo, but this works exactly like it would with the real-world application, where you generate source maps, and then anytime you want, you can go in and run Source Map Explorer and analyze each of the bundles. And then what I meant about the network tab is that when you take a look at the application, you should always just have the network tab open and see what it's actually loading when it's loading it. So if I say Viking, it should say Viking works. And we can see that we don't load the Viking module until we actually hit that Viking route, which is exactly what we want to see. And that means that we're doing lazy loading in the best way possible. All right. So to just sum us up, looking at metrics is really, really useful, and that's how you're going to get the most performant Angular applications. But I'll also say looking at metrics can also miss the point sometimes, because you have to consider what value you're trying to deliver for your users. If you're trying to build a dashboard that users are going to be staring at for 8 hours a day, and they're only going to load it one time that day, performance is probably not your top concern, right? You're going to care more about user experience, or you should be thinking more about animations, internationalization, all those sorts of things. And so always try and reflect about the performance and the size of your application in the context of your app. And try and have fun, because even if you have a large application, unfortunately, you're in good company. There's lots of really great applications out there that are too big and should be doing these sorts of things. But really, really focus on what is going to be delivering the best experience for you users. Thank you so much for having me. I've been Stephen Flynn, and I think we're heading over to a speaker panel now.
Yes, that's correct, Stephen. But thank you very much for such a nice talk. Somebody in the comments said that you have a narrator kind of voice, which is very soothing. So keep it up, please. Really nice.
Yeah, it was funny. My boss, my old boss, she once said to me, "You're in the wrong job. You have a voice for radio." And I don't think she meant it the way it came across. When your boss tells you you're doing the wrong
you're
work.
fired. No, yeah. No, but really like a very nice job. Great job, Stephen. Actually, we have a couple of questions for you as well, and for every other speaker. So I'll appreciate it, Majid. Just bring them all over. Welcome back, all of you. Good to see you again. Nice. So this is what's going to happen in this very moment. What we're going to do is we're going to have about 20 minutes of questions for the speakers. We already collected some of them that you shoot out through the comment section, and we're going to try to give each speaker at least one or two. And then after that, if we have time, we're going to look at additional questions that you might have. You can just shoot it in the comments. And otherwise, we'll just find another way for you to communicate those. And yes, we're ready. So let's start with the number one question. This one is for Anna. Anna, Alexandre Circo asks, is : part already supported by Angular? Is there anything to enable it? Will ngDeep be removed? That's like 3 questions in one, but you can handle.
Okay, so as far as I know, and it's very hard talking in front of Steven here, but so please step in at any time. I feel like Angular has adopted all of the native CSS things, so I don't see how this would be a problem. I personally have not tried it using part in an Angular component, so I'm not sure, but I can definitely check it out and get back to you if you want to send me a DM on Twitter. And I think I'm pretty sure ngDeep is actually deprecated. So
I'll jump in and say it's deprecated because we like it was removed from the CSS spec, but we have no plans to remove it until the whole ecosystem is moved to something else. And so I would not worry about it being removed.
Sounds good. All good. So moving on, for Manfred Steyer, a question. Are micro frontends the same as micro apps?
Yeah, so I have the impression that both terms are used for the same thing, for a tiny thing which is part of a bigger system. Yeah, so I would say yes.
Cool, absolutely great. Next question is for Aaron. Aaron, wouldn't Angular Universal be an alternative to pre-render the content server side?
Yeah, so when you're doing pre-rendering, you can do Angular Universal or you can do Scully. Angular Universal is very fast compared to Scully. Scully is much more integratable to almost every single project, however. So if you have time, Universal can be faster, but it is a much easier sell to get Scully into the project. But yeah, both will work for pre-rendering. Scully has a a plugin ecosystem, which will make it easier, versus with Universal, you'll be having to roll a lot of your own stuff for that stuff. But yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good. All right. Now we have one question for Stephen. Bram asking, we see a lot of great new tools like Snowpack or Byte. Are these things on the radar at the Angular team? And is this something we can expect to see in the future?
We spend a lot of time watching the ecosystem, seeing new tools get built. But moving people to new tools is hard and slow because we have to make sure that the millions of Angular developers out there have an easy, smooth transition. So I'll say we are watching these things, and if we find ways that we can integrate them, we want to. But at the same time, we are only going to do that when it works for kind of everybody. And that's why we want part of our kind of vision for the future of Angular is that it's easy for you to use things like NGX Build Plus or tap into other tools or build your own builders so that you can say, hey, this part of Angular, let's just keep it as is with the opinionated stack from the Angular team, and then let me extend it with these parts of it. So we want people to be able to use tools that they care about, but we at the same time have a responsibility because one of the people's favorite things about Angular is our opinionation of they know that they can trust these things. They've been baked fully integrated into what we're doing, and they work out of the box. So I love to see new tools, and we watch all these tools. Like we spend probably a few hours every week talking about new tools that have come out and like what's cool about them, what's not cool about them, and how we could potentially use them. But then we're going to obviously move much slower than that to make sure that we're delivering top quality software.
Amazing. Sounds good. All right. Another question for Anna from Mojave. Is it straightforward to create custom elements from Angular? But what about the other way around? How is it possible to create custom elements or web components from Angular for an AngularJS directive, for example?
Okay, so from what I understand from the first question, we're being asked whether it's straightforward to basically implement web components into an Angular ecosystem. And this is very simple. You just have to import it, and then you need to make sure that in your module you have your schemas array, and you put custom elements. What is it again? Sorry, custom element schema, is it? And then
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, custom element schema. But if you do forget this, like I tend to, I know that the browser will shout at you, so no need to remember exactly what you need to do there. And how is it possible to create custom elements web components from an AngularJS directive? There isn't an official way to do this. There are workarounds, but I think that the best way is always to do it with Angular elements and the updated version because it's what's mostly supportive.
Totally. Sounds good. Sounds good. Great. And if anybody again in the speaker panel want to chime in or say something, please just feel free to jump in. Sounds good. Moving on, Manfred. John Serna has a question. He's actually from Colombia. Hello, John. He has a question for you, Manfred. If a project is big, is it a good idea to start with micro frontends or implement them only when it becomes necessary?
Well, that's a good question. And I think it's really difficult to answer this question on that coarse-grained level. But in general, if you have several teams to coordinate, and if you feel a pain there, if it is painful to coordinate them, I would look into the micro frontend story. Because in this case, chances are high that the disadvantages of micro frontends are more or are smaller than the advantages. So you will perhaps benefit from it. But if it is just back and if you just have one team, I would just start with a mono repository, something like NX, and make sure that one part of the system cannot be coupled to the other part. You know, NX has this thing called access restrictions, which allows this. And when you do this, you can easily switch to a micro frontend architecture a bit later because nothing is intermingled with anything else. But if you don't do this, switching to a micro frontend solution later is quite difficult.
I see. Good point.
One of my
Right.
favorite misconceptions right now about micro frontends is that you have to have a many repo situation. I've seen several companies where you put all of your micro frontends in a mono repository, because one of the biggest challenges with micro frontends is ensuring consistency across the different apps. And if you put them all in the same repo, you can build much better tooling to help assist with that and still have kind of all of the benefits in terms of deployment or independent deployability, small pieces.
Yep, sounds good. Stephen, for you, we have another question. What is the difference between Source Map Explorer and Webpack Bundle Analyzer?
Sure. So Webpack Bundle Analyzer executes based on source maps that are generated before our Cursor pass, which is a really technical answer to say, like, there's a step in our build pipeline that Webpack Bundle Analyzer is going to miss. And so the way that it maps the source is going to be wrong, and it's going to give you the wrong numbers for like how big things are in your production bundle. Source Map Explorer does it a little bit differently. So it uses those final source maps at the end. And so the mapping is more accurate.
Very clear. Sounds good. Let's go with a question for Aaron. The following question is from Juan Calderon. Angular does not allow trailing slash, and there's no clean solution for that. With Schooly, is there any way to mitigate that problem?
So not really. All Jamstack toolchains generate your app with that required ending / right? The good thing is that most file servers like Nginx, if you request a route without a slash at the end, it'll say, hey, it'll automatically redirect to that URL for you. So it'll automatically say, hey, let me send you over to that same thing with the / and you get the index off that. So like a lot of the tooling exists to fix that for you. And I know that this is the same for Java servers, .NET ISS servers. So yeah, like a lot of it's in the tooling already, but there's currently actually, we just bumped an issue with the Angular team to maybe support trailing slashes. And Minko was super cordial. He said, I will talk about it, but I have no guarantee that it will get prioritized. So that's kind of the answer for that.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
And I will say, anytime folks have issues like this, yeah, we want to hear about them. Like we can't fix everything right away, but the more people are sharing with us their pain points, like Aaron bumping that bug, if that bugs you too, go find that issue in our GitHub and give it a thumbs up or add a comment, because we're paying attention to that. We're planning on spending a lot of time going through our issue tracker very, very shortly here.
I'll tweet it. So come find my tweet and you can go to the link and vote it.
Nice. Good to hear. Question for Manfred. If two micro frontend are using the same lib or library and mentioning in shared array, will still load only once?
Yeah, totally. So if both applications mention the same dependency in the shared array, it will be shared also between those two micro frontends, not only between the shell and one micro frontend, but also between those two micro frontends.
Good, cool, to the point. Question for Stephen. Can you share any resources or best practices for GCP production Angular apps?
I would say the best practice is let your hosting setup do it for you. So use a CDN like Firebase, like Heroku, Netlify, like any of these, like any good CDN is going to do content compression for you. If you are setting up, if you're rolling your own node server, for example, I think it's just like you import compress and then you call the app.compress or app.use compress. I think that's all you need to do. It's relatively easy.
Sounds good. Nice. Yeah, I agree. Question for Aaron again. Which routes are added to the assets /schoolyroutes.json when we do ng run Schooly?
So any route it can find gets added to the Scully JSON, to the Scully routes JSON. And the Scully routes JSON exists so that you can use the discovered routes in your Angular app to build something like a table of contents, right? Like if you have a series of markdown files and you don't really know what the other markdown files are inside of your markdown file, and unless you want to manually like build that out, it's tough to kind of build that. And so we let you build a table of contents component for your blog or for your website using the Scully routes JSON, and Scully provides you a Scully routes service that you can inject and consume, and you can see which ones are active, which ones are inactive. If you have a blog post that's not published, so published is false on it, then you can actually still see that if you want to, but it's ultimately not there in like just the available routes. So there's a lot going on with the Scully routes that make developing pre-rendered apps very, very powerful. So yeah.
Good. Manfred, another question for you. How do we share state between federated modules?
Oh yeah, that's a nice question, because on the one side, we need to share state when it comes to micro frontends, at least some state. On the other side, when sharing state, we are creating contracts between our micro frontends. And avoiding contracts is what this idea is about. So somehow it is a contradiction in itself. But one solution is to do it as little as possible, and to use very simple mechanisms like message passing. So what I would do is I would define a subject which allows me to pass some events around, and if other parts of the system are interested into those events, I would call them domain events, because it's not about I've clicked here or I moved the mouse there. It's more about someone booked a flight or someone bought a product. Then other parts can react upon it. But don't assume that other parts have to react upon it. Perhaps no one is interested into it. Perhaps several other parts are interested into it. So messaging is here the key, and do it as less as possible to avoid coupling.
Super. Yeah, very clear answer. Thank you. Anna, there's a question from Thorsten Müller. Did someone get the link to the repo to check out the code? Apparently they are interested in the repository. Will you share this on Twitter later on?
Sure, I'll share my slides on Twitter. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Cool. I would like to, we have only 4 minutes left, so I would like to just take a moment to see if the speakers would like to say anything and state anything, share something, or do you want to continue with some questions for another 3 or 2 minutes? Sounds good.
If I could add, if there's any Scully questions that we're not answering, every Tuesday the Scully team has an office hours where you can come and join us live online, and we'll answer any question. We can actually talk to you specifically about your project and your code base and adding pre-rendering through Scully. So just go follow us on Twitter at Scully.io, and you can kind of get those updates and join us on that. That's all I wanted to add.
Nice, good one. So we'll do just the last 2 questions, and then we just move on to meet the team behind ngVikings to say a goodbye to the first part of the or the first day of the conference. And this question is for Stephen. Are there any tools that tells which libraries work well with Angular? For example, which ones support tree shaking or so?
Oh, that question hits me right in the heart, because we had a intern come in and we were building that exact tool and we didn't get it done. And I want that tool to exist so bad. I'll tweet out a link to the repository because if anyone wants to help us finish that, that would be amazing. Because like what I want is basically a curated list of Angular libraries where you see, okay, if I use this library, what does it add to my bundle size? Does it have accessibility? What version of Angular was it built with? Like I want to have just this semantic layer on top of NPM where like you can actually make good decisions around libraries and tools in the Angular ecosystem. And we were close, but we didn't get there. So if anyone's interested in helping me with this project, I would love to collaborate.
Super, super, absolutely great. And the last question for Aaron.
How far is it similar to App Shell, and what advantages against server-side rendering?
So it's kind of different from App Shell. It's not necessarily the same thing, but it's similar. Its advantages over server-side rendering, however, is, I mean, there's a lot of advantages server-side rendering has over Scully, but just to speak about the ones Scully has over server-side rendering, you don't have to add a node server or a cluster of node servers to your production configuration. Imagine if you're a .NET shop and someone says, hey, let's add Angular Universal for server-side rendering. Well, now you've got to configure PM2 to run a multi-node cluster that can, relaunch servers when they die and stuff. And it gets pretty complex, and a lot of organizations won't allow you to add node into a production configuration anyway. So it gets a bit political, but with Scully, it's only a build time step, so there's no production time step, and so it makes it a bit easier to get these things across the finish line. You can cache API calls, which is something that server-side rendering can't necessarily do. And then I think the biggest one, and Steven alluded to this, and I've tried to allude to it, is you're putting the stuff that you're pre-rendering on a CDN. And what that means, Juan, is your user who might be on the other side of this big blue spaceship, they don't have to come to your server to get that. They get to stay on their side of the blue spaceship and request it from the CDN that's on their side of the spaceship rather than come all the way to your side of the planet to get that. Does that make sense? And the speed that's afforded through that is monumental, and it outweighs any sort of optimization you could hope to gain through lazy loading or any other sort of optimization. Getting these pre-rendered things will add more performance to your app than anything else you can do. And I'm speaking from experience, even with giant old AngularJS, jQuery plugin based, or whether it's the most latest Angular stuff. This type of structure using the Jamstack is the biggest performance advantage you can give to your users. And Steven called it perceived performance. I will call it the exact same thing. It is a massive perception of performance improvement on your app, and it's absolutely fantastic. So yeah,
amazing, nice, great potential there. All right, so we have reached the end of our panel. So I'd like to let each one of you to say goodbye, to thank the audience, to say any final words you'd like to share before we just bring the team of ngVikings. Who wants to start?
Just thank everyone for being with us on this journey. It's going to be better and better every day.
Absolutely. I just say I love the Angular community. These are hard times. I love being with everybody at these types of events, and I'm really missing it. So I hope everyone's doing well and trying to stay positive in this weird time. Yeah, hearts for everybody.
Nice.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me. You know how much I love the Angular community, and especially ngVikings. It's a real honor to be here today. So thanks.
Super. Nice.
Yeah, I'm also saying thanks for all your effort, and thanks for making ngVikings possible. For me, it is one of the major European conferences about Angular, and one of the best community-driven conferences. So thanks for all your effort.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much for your time. Right now, I'm going to invite the team to join. So please leave StreamYard, and the team is going to join now. I think I'm going to have to leave real soon. Okay, they're being dramatic. Oh my God, that's not Sim.
Hey, Vikings! That's the wrap. That's the wrap of day one. Thank you very much, Juan. You did this day, literally. I want to thank all our dear speakers. I want to say thank you to our team who worked all the day to entertain thousands of attendees. And now I want to invite all ngVikings team back, and yay, ngVikings!
Yay,
And, Majid, could we have our slide? Yes. So we got literally hundreds of tweets, posts, photos everywhere. Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. Thank you very much, folks, for being so active, for being so friendly, so nice. We really had tons of jokes. We laughed all the day on your great memes, photos, tweets. Thank you very much. And of course, it's really cool that you asked speakers so many questions. Unfortunately, we don't have time to answer all of them, but please continue discussion on the Slack. We'll have we'll repeat the link to our Slack team one more time again. And now we are ready to announce some winners, and I want to ask to do this my colleague Sherry.
Yes. So are you all ready? Because I need some drum rolls. We cannot just go like this. So ngVikings team. It's just drum roll. Go on, go on, go on, go on. Drum roll. It's Vera. I really love the video, even though that I love dogs very much, but this video was so cute. So we will contact you. We will send you the form to actually to get your prize. And moving on, we need more drum rolls. Go on, team. Is Mohit. This was actually pretty funny, and many of us could relate to this one. So we will totally contact you and ask you for your address information to send you your prize as well. Okay, ready? Drum rolls. I love the drum rolls that Chris is doing. This is so well. So the winner is Sajitra. So you literally won because you used Juan, actually. So that was the reason that you won. But it was pretty funny, and of course you had you got some addition because you used Juan in your day. So we will contact you and to get your prize. Moving on, we have more winners. Drum rolls. The next winner is Luis. This was also very cute. Very nice picture and with the bubbles. So it was so nice. We will contact you so you get your prize as well. We have more winners. So drum rolls, team. The winner is Sami. So this was pretty good picture for your Viking costume. Unfortunately, we didn't get actually many of your Viking people with the Viking costume. So for tomorrow, you should do more people. You should be more creative. And moving on, we have more winners. Drum rolls, team. Robert, we love this. Actually, we even put 2 slides for you because I wanted everybody to see that what you created here. So he also, if you go to look at the Twitter, he added that how he created this thing for VS Code with even background with the ngVikings logo. So this was really next level. So you will get 2 prizes for this one. So, and that was actually the last one. For tomorrow, we will have more, and also we didn't announce the one the most active person on our selfie channel because I would say that our selfie channel was not that active. So we will wait for tomorrow. If we get 2 people that they are actually active, we will announce 2 winners. So we will see you tomorrow. And Maxime or anyone else have more thing to add?
Tomorrow, day number 2 of ngVikings, but the schedule is different. Today we start at afternoon. I'm of course saying about European time. Tomorrow we start in the morning, 9:30 Central European time, which is +2 from GMT. You will expect 7 more technical sessions, 7 more great speakers, 2 panels, and tons of raffles and fun, of course. Here is the link for YouTube live stream. This is different link compared to day 1, so please don't expect anything on this stream anymore. There is another one. And yeah, I believe we have to finalize by our ngVikings saying, right? So please, team, unmute yourself, everyone. And 1, 2, 3.
ngVikings.
ngVikings. No, you never.